So this is going to be uh next Plat for the remaining conferences at the Summer Games Fest. So we're going to be covering the Xbox Showcase, the Ubisoft Forward, as well as the Capcom Showcase. And then I think tomorrow is the RGG Summit. I don't remember if it's because it's in Japan. I don't know if they're doing it on Japan time or if they're doing it on American time. So I guess we'll see how that goes. That'll be very short as well. This will be long though because there's at least 3 copies that we have to cover, so it's probably like close to 5 hours or so maybe. We'll see how it goes. But should also mention that when we do Pokemon Scarlet the next time, all the trades are done. So because all the trades are done, what I'll do is I'll break down everything that we have for the trading, and then I'll break down everything else that I've left. So I guess with all that said, I don't think there's anything else I really need to say. Let's try and get started. So we'll start with Xbox Showcase, and then we'll go Ubisoft, then Capcom. Just hope this works. And there's no dual audio. Goes not loud. Audio should be fine. Second. Nope. Oh, actually, I should probably turn it down to.
Oh, we're finally doing this, are we? Because I was going to make a sandwich.
A bit less loud.
Okay. Let's do it.
Wait a second, is that the guy from?
What do I think about heroes?
Is that the guy from the IT crowd?
Haven't we?
Looks like it's him.
About the place with their disproportionately high cheekbones and comically massive weapons.
Wanker.
Roughing up bandits, because they like to rough up bandits, don't they? Living it up with the common folk every single night. On a day-to-day basis.
I think that is the guy from the IT crowd,
breaking
actually.
new ground with fruit, with veg on the agricultural side of things.
Just look at them.
Not wafting around.
Game looks very detailed, but graphics-wise, I guess.
And that's what they are. Wafters.
Yeah, well done.
You see, I'm not here to slay legendary beasts. I'm here to conquer the vegetable, not a euphemism. Let's face it, the age of heroes is over. This is the age of innovation. This, if you will, is the age of death.
I was gonna say, is this Jack and the Beanstalk of some kind? Because South of Midnight. Okay. Again, like another. That's the other thing I'm also going to get confused with. So, all of these games are getting announced on Xbox. Usually they only show the Xbox logo, but yeah, I remember at Gamescom they did not show the. They did not just show that. They actually showed like the other logos. Here they're only showing specifically.
These are dangerous.
So maybe it's a little bit different. Ubisoft game.
That's what I hear.
Star Wars. Okay. Star Wars Ubisoft game, huh?
But the world here belongs to the syndicates.
Okay. Some of this does look like it's filmed, but it's.
I want to survive.
I mean, it's obviously a game.
I have to play their game. Looks like I'm all in.
She's in here somewhere.
On second thought, I'm out.
That's any other problem. Like the other problem is like, how do I determine whether the game is good or not, just based on the cutscene, these cinematics, if you don't see anything. That's usually a big problem with these conferences. The game looks very good graphically, though. That's.
And now, I just need a chance to finally be free. Wherever that takes me.
I'm here to offer you a way.
Yeah, actually, welcome back.
Get off my ship, Jalen.
Give me a chance. You're gonna have to trust me. It'll be dangerous.
Yeah, I need to make that bigger, actually.
You'll never
Do I make the
go
chat
over
bigger?
your shoulders again.
I don't know, because it's so difficult to know how big everything is. I'll be returning to Pokemon at some point.
The underworld shows no mercy.
I did get all the yesterday. I got all of the trades done off stream, so I have a lot of that stuff to show off. The next top part at least. Okay, Star Wars Outlaws. I don't know what to. Again, there was a cinematic trailer, so I can't really react to that because it's just. Gameplay will to reveal it was. Oh, okay. So right. So that means we have that to look for, but I'll have a better judge of what it is until.
Fable, South of Midnight, Star Wars Outlaws. Welcome to our first ever double feature, the Xbox Game Showcase, followed by a deep dive into one of the most important RPGs ever made, Starfield. Gaming is the most powerful of all entertainment. It transports, it challenges, it connects us, and it's just incredibly and awesomely fun. That is why Team Xbox is committed to building the greatest place to play. By partnering with
Into Star Wars, I get back into this, and
unleashing the power of the game enabling all of
I
us
would
to
say I'm a
create
super
your
casual
world with
fan.
our
I only watch the
anywhere,
movies,
from mobile devices to PCs to consoles.
the TV shows. Like when I say TV shows, like the live action
Is
ones.
just
Like I'm not super invested in all the lore, all the games, all the
These are the
comic
works
books.
of the very greatest
books,
creative
things like that.
teams from around the world.
Xbox Star Wars games are usually typically very mixed though.
The largest, most
Very,
engaged,
very,
and
very
globally
mixed.
diverse fan base in Xbox history.
They're not very consistent.
You are the heart and soul of Xbox. Your passion drives us, and you are the inspiration for the vision.
Okay, this sounds so.
Today. From me,
It's like an inspirational speech. It's like.
thank you. This next game is from Thunder Lotus, the award-winning studio behind.
Did I download Pokemon Home? No,
who
I haven't
brought
downloaded
back their
Pokemon Home.
combat roots.
I've,
An amazing co-op raid-focused action game that
not
is
really had any
uniquely
time to-
theirs.
I did look into the
Alright,
video though.
everybody.
But
It's time.
I looked into the tutorial video thing.
World premiere.
of like trying to settle my focus on like one Pokemon game at a time. So obviously I wanted to try and finish Scarlet. We are getting very close to finishing Scarlet. I'm thinking about making my next incentive to be a Violet Nuzlocke, because I've never done a Nuzlocke before, and I think Pokemon Violet might be an interesting one to do, because there's more limitations, perhaps. Also, 33 player co-op, what a random number. I do have other Pokemon games I could play, because I haven't finished some of them. Although I guess the next things would be the DLCs. Once the DLCs come out for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I will be doing the same thing with those, playing them. Yeah, but 33 players is a random number. 8-bit Diablo, maybe, yeah. Look at that. Okay, that explains why there's 33. That explains why there's 33 characters then. Everything's on Game Pass for free because day one on Game Pass. But I don't have an Xbox. But Payday 3. This is another Payday or more DLC for Payday. Looks like we're gonna get some gameplay at least.
Everybody hit the floor!
You know, I never played these games. They didn't really interest me, but I think there's people that do speedruns of these games where it's like they do it on the hardest difficulty in like a 4-player team, and that's probably impressive to watch because it's like professional people playing the game. Yep, Payday 3.
World premiere.
Atlas. Okay, what are we getting? Studio. Alright, we get like, Persona 6. Something. It's Persona. Which Persona is this? Which Persona is this? Whatever it is, I want it. Just like you have it. This is definitely a Persona. Which Persona game is this? Persona 3 okay, Persona 3 Reload. Getting a so Persona 3, that means they've released a HD version of Persona 3, as well as that means I'm gonna have to get, because that's a remake. That's a remake, and then also we're getting, we've already have it, but this can't be Assassin's Creed 3 because I've already overseen it. This might be a.
People don't like you very much, do they?
Is this a VR game?
Sent here to look
Does that person even have its own version of VR? I don't even really know.
Who couldn't bother to come himself.
Time 3 Reload, that's already off to... Took him only like 15 minutes to get to the first game I was interested in, at least. Well, Star Wars was there, but I don't know if... I have to see what the game is like.
That seems to be corrupting our very souls. You want us to trust you. But the truth is, you scare us. The way you fight. The power you wield. The secrets you keep. You're either here to save us.
Unless this is the... no, it's different to that other game. There was another game that they showed off in another thing where it was like spells and stuff. So it's a little bit different to that.
So now that you have all this power, what are you gonna do with it?
Okay, Avowed. Okay, so that's the, someone was interested on the Discord, I saw that, but, I don't know, that didn't really wow me at all. I'm starting to not like first-person games as much as third-person. I think third-person better, at least. Although, at least with Rare and Lucasfilm. Oh, okay, so I see Thieves. Just multiplayer content then. Wait, what? Monkey Island? Oh wait, they're doing Monkey Island DLC for Sea of Thieves, but they couldn't make more Oh. That's a little disappointing. I was hoping they'd make more, do remakes of the Monkey Island games or something.
A ship with just a splash of je ne sais quoi.
The legend of Monkey Island? You mean Governor Guybrush. But Threepwood's not set foot out of that mansion for almost a year.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? I told you no autographs. Though I see you have a meet and greet.
At least I got the guy voicing him back for the
It's not
game.
every day that you get to meet the mighty pirate Guybrush Threepwood, the legend of Monkey Island.
The Chuck has turned the memories of this island into a prison.
I'd be more interested if this was an actual Monkey Island game, but it's just Sea of Thieves.
What do we have here?
You need these.
At least this gives me a little bit of hope that they might do more with the Monkey Island franchise, only because it's being used in other games, but that's kind of hard to think as well.
World premiere.
Teal Mask is released in fall. Indigo Mask is released in winter. Okay, so I live in Australia, so right now it's winter. So, and I know that the Indigo Mask is the second DLC. So that means that we're looking, what, 6 months? 6 months later for, what, 6 months for Indigo Disc. Teal Mask, I'm not sure if fall is now. Sorry, fall would be in about 3 months. We've just entered winter, so that means September, October, November for. Well, actually, that can't be right. And December for Indigo Mark Disc, and oh, if you gotta go. Okay, see you later, Akshay. That doesn't sound right though. I can't remember when the other DLCs came out, because winter 2023 would be only December. Fall 2023 would be September, October, November. At least the way that the seasons work here. Another Monkey Island. Microsoft Flight Simulator. This actually looks like it's a lot different with what all different types of flying. June and Flight Simulator getting across. And the new June film, I think, just got a release date because that was like November, so part 2 of June comes out this year.
Hi, Melina here, speaking to you from our performance capture stage at Ninja Theory.
Oh, okay, there we go. Senua Saga, Hellblade 2. I didn't play any of the other Hellblade games, so I don't have any interest for these, but I know a lot of people who like these a lot.
Immersive action, where Senua faced off against a gigantic troll on the Icelandic coastline. Today, we're taking you deeper into Senua's story, her personal quest.
I do like how they like explored
Senua's saga. What you'll
illness
see
and
today
stuff.
is all captured by the team on Xbox Series X.
Yeah, I should mention, like before, I think the Xbox showcase is about 2 hours, or will be about 2 hours. The Capcom one, I think, is only like 40 minutes, and the Ubisoft one, I think, is about an hour 50, so it's close to 2 hours.
Threads of her mind. She's here to find them. The ones who hide. She needs their help with a promise. A question. But it's never so simple, is it? Wisdom has a price. There's always a part of you that changes. A part of you that darkens. And a part of you that dies.
Over there.
That pool.
I can feel them everywhere. The lost ones.
She's still older. I'm just trying to see if she's the hair looks like it's grey here. This is just the coloration.
You should never have come here. They can see us.
What is going to happen? It's time to find out.
See, I think the problem with a lot of the Xbox ones is it's a lot of the stuff's captured on the Xbox itself. However, it's not. It's usually just cinematic. That's what Call of Duty are most often known for.
Watching more than one.
Where are they?
Where are you?
What do they want?
I don't like it.
I'm scared.
This is too much.
Their eyes.
Everywhere can feel them boring into her.
What is she supposed to do?
Do something.
Ask them.
What do
want me to do?
Our souls fought through hell to find us.
You were lost. Not any.
Again, so far this is no gameplay, this is just cinematics.
What we will find.
What if it's all for nothing? What is that? There. They are waiting. There.
It's them.
It's you.
What will they do to her?
What will we do to us?
Touch it.
Feel
You're mine.
your voices.
All the parts of you that are broken.
You can be whole. All the grief,
All the rage.
all the fear, everything I've seen, everything I've done has led me to this place.
We've come so far.
Not far enough. Say it.
You are ready.
Tell them. I am here. Now. What if we get lost forever?
What will happen to them?
What will happen to you? I will not let them down.
She is ready. They know.
Go.
Who are these around you, Senua? Those you have saved, or those you led to death?
Okay, this looks like it's yep, this is okay. This is like a Dragon 8. So we're getting something ahead of the RGG Summit, which is just dropped in the middle of the beach and we don't. Oh, they're doing the what's his name commercial. I'll ramp all the naughty bits. Although we did get a shot of his him before. Hopefully that doesn't get me banned or anything.
Oh my god! A stranger!
なんだよ。どうかしたか?
Oh, turns up, dude. Yeah, dude. Hang loose, bro.
Well, I didn't realize his whole tattoo went all the way down that way. That's actually pretty cool. We gonna get anything else apart from this, or are they gonna just They're gonna have to explain how that happens. Hopefully that happens in the game. Like a Dragon, infinite wealth. Okay, so that's what the 8 represents. So remember, there was an infinity symbol early 2024. Okay. Yeah, so this confirms it right here. This confirms it right here that, even though I don't, this confirms it right here because of the, alright, Vault 76. Sorry, Fallout 76 looks like. What I'm trying to say is, that game is coming out on not just Xbox, it's coming out on PlayStation and everywhere else, so that just confirms that everything on here, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be all going to be on...
No matter if you roam alone or spend your time with friends, you'll find out.
I don't care about Fallout 76 because I remember when the game first came out, it was absolutely atrocious. Probably improved on it since then, but it's like, again... Like Dragon Infinite Wealth, hopefully they show gameplay or something like that on here, because they're saying early 2024, and that means that it's within like 6 to 9 months. 7 to 9 months, I should say.
Think you've seen it all, eh? Well, how about this? Pack your bags for an escape of Epicurean bliss. Put your rad shield on and fix your hair up pretty, because we're headed for the boardwalk of Atlantic City. So there you have
Now I like this ad because I think it's really good. They always do these really.
Wasteland, your waste home. And when you hear adventure calling, when you're looking for some kicks, answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault 76. Play it now with Xbox Game Pass.
That was a really cool ad, but again, it was Fallout 76, so.
World premiere.
Like, everything here is a world premiere, so I guess we've never seen it before until now, which, this means all the stuff we're getting is going to be potentially new. Alright, what's Capcom offering us? Probably see this at the showcase as well, potentially. One thing I do like so far about this conference is, again, there's no, like, huge talking segments, or I think it's just straight trailer. The only issue with that is that we're not seeing... Sometimes you like to have people talk, and then sometimes you like to actually see gameplay. A lot of the problems here is that it's so world premieres, we're not seeing a lot of gameplay. Okay, finally some gameplay. Although from what I saw in the thing, it looked like we were. It's sort of like cleansing enemies around us or something like that. Path of the Goddess. Okay, so it's. That's what it looks like. It looks like we use our sword to cleanse the enemies or something like that.
General Motors' historic commitment to performance is embodied in two of its...
Okay, I'm guessing that this is going to be Forza.
Chevrolet and Cadillac. The V-Series.R elevates Cadillac's competitive spirit to a whole new level with its thunderous V8 and hybrid power. The legendary Corvette has been a celebrated champion for decades. The all-new Chevrolet Corvette E-Ray continues that tradition. General Motors is proud to usher in a new era of competition with the innovators behind the new Forza Motorsport.
Alright, I don't like racing games. It's the very first...
their strengths in technical excellence and sophisticated modern design to take bold steps into the future and bring that experience to gamers. I'm thrilled to welcome the Cadillac V-Series.R and the Corvette E-Ray to the home of competition.
Again, the cars look cool, but again, I don't like anyone of normal like stature is going to be able to afford these cars. And like it's a racing game, so I typically tune out of racing games unless it's like Burnout, because I like the crashes and stuff, or if it's like a kart racer, like a Mario Kart or a Crash Team Racing. Those are the types of games that I prefer. I find these too hard, like a Gran Turismo and stuff like that. I've always just thought Forza was like the worst version of Gran Turismo, or the Xbox equivalent. They're pretty graphics games, though. That's the other thing. Like The graphics will always look good for the games. It's just that I don't. I can't play games based on graphics. You know, you have anything with good graphics, but it's you're gonna enjoy playing it.
This is my timeline.
Interesting that they're going and just calling it Forza Motorsport. It's not called any. It's just called Forza Motorsport straight up. So does that mean it's? Usually there's a number to it. They decided to do that. Bethesda. Let's see what they're. Another Bethesda game.
I have seen all that ever was.
Are all their games exclusives now? Like, because they bought Microsoft bought Bethesda. I know I saw that there's a. They're trying to prevent Microsoft from buying Activision Blizzard. Don't know how successful that's going. It seems like that's going to be a major thing that happens. Either way, I think hopefully whoever gets a hold of Activision Blizzard is able to clean the place up because it sounds like they really need some seniority to be there to be like, hey, like you need to. This is the way that it needs to be. We're not going to tolerate certain things, I guess.
Disconnected from fate's flow. Unseen forces move against me, hungry for forbidden knowledge. A mystery long kept hidden. A secret that threatens to unravel reality itself.
Did the Elder Scrolls? I think is Tamriel. I feel like I've heard Tamriel before. Yep, Elder Scrolls Online. Okay, so more Morrowind. Okay, so that I know Morrowind is one of the titles. Like, is that the third title or the?
CSIS Unit 37. Toronto is under attack.
I can't remember which one they were. Morrowind was one of them. I think it was the third title.
Different about Null Sector this time.
Oh, Overwatch. Okay.
They've taken over most of the city.
What are we getting for? Just Overwatch 2?
They need our help.
People are answering Vincent's recall. There's new blood on the team, and we have so much to teach them.
So is this going to be an actual story-based game, or is it just going to be more multiplayer? I do intend to get around to Overwatch 2 at some point.
As if I didn't have enough problems already.
So we fly up there, smash through anything that gets in our way. And
That looked like it was a bunch of enemies around.
Interrupt the moment, but I'm picking up reports of more attacks in other cities.
It's a fight they want. I say let's give it to them.
Flashpoint game mode. That looks like it's. I'm just trying to figure out like what the. Like a hero mastery co-op event. Oh, that's what it is. It's the. I guess there is a story mode because they just said story missions.
the world is counting on us.
August 10th, Overwatch 2 is getting well, it's a new story mission, so that's what makes me think is that
Let's go.
Shall we do this together?
see some of the new characters.
Watch this. I saw that. Not bad.
Yeah, so 6 new heroes. Because I'm a bit confused. Like it just said on the there were new story missions. That means there must have been other ones. So if there's a story mode, like more Persona.
What is this place?
Wait, Persona 5? What is this? What is this? This looks like it's.
No idea. But if they're
You already have me interested.
our only choice is fighting back.
And they're kind of chibi as well.
Can you get us out of here?
What is this?
So you're telling me you're thieves who steal hearts, and you just happened to stumble into this world?
Is this like Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle where it's a?
Never forget that
Oh, it is. It is. This is a. It's just Persona's 5's version of.
My subjects, but you're just mannerless little brats. Unfortunately, returning will be no easy feat.
This music's new as well.
I know you realize things can't go on like this. So, will you take a stand beside us?
Yeah, let's show them what we got.
Persona 5 Tactica. Okay, that 17th of November. Okay. That looked interesting because it looked like the gameplay for it was similar to like what Mario and Rabbids did, except it's Persona. So obviously I had to see more of it because it was only.
Humanity has always hunted.
Now the new Persona 5 game, I'm in for that. Loved Persona 5 Royal, Vanilla. Loved Strikers. Persona 5 Royal is my favorite game of all time. And again, I don't know why it was like that originally, but I think it was just the way the characters were and stuff like that. I felt very invested in the characters. We're actually going pretty well so far. There's like at least 5 games that I have some sort of interest in, and we're not even halfway through the conference yet.
We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family.
We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Grab jump is ready. I love this part.
These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Human settlements throughout the galaxy could be at risk.
We are not stopping. Whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever. This is where we belong.
Okay, that was Starfield. That did not interest me at all. Apparently this is supposed to be some sort of groundbreaking RPG of all time or something like this, like what they described on the thing, and it's like, I didn't see it. I personally didn't see the, stay tuned at the end of the showcase for the, okay, so I guess they're going to, pack that on at the end. I mean, I guess I'll probably be watching that anyway, because it's part of the thing anyway. I'll have to figure out if that's the case. I don't know what it is. There is something after the Capcom show, but it's just people talking, so there's no real reason to. It's not actually anything related to the showcase itself, as far as I'm aware. Anyway. This looks like it's adventuring. Quality not fun. I think that's the first time I've seen that actually in those words. Usually they word it a little bit differently. Oh, that was the name of the company. So odd. I thought that was the name of the game for a second, but so that looks like it's a climbing simulator, I guess you would say. I don't know if that's the right terminology. I don't know if there was a release date for Persona 4 Reload, but I think it was 2024. Same thing for Internet World. Persona by Tactica release has a date. Hopefully it gets a physical release, but I have a feeling that it won't. That didn't look like it was that interesting to me. Did they show this game before? No, I thought I showed something similar to this, but sometimes these this is the different game. This is cell shaded, isn't it? They call this cell shaded. Dungeons of Hinterberg. Okay, that looked interesting. I don't know if I would buy it necessarily. I need to see more than just they showed gameplay at least. I need to probably see more consistent gameplay.
Hi, I'm very excited.
Keanu Reeves is back.
Is Johnny Silverhand in the upcoming expansion for Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty. This new adventure reunites Johnny and V on a dangerous.
I am glad that more actors now are getting involved in.
As Secret Agent Solomon Reed. It's really amazing.
They're getting more
with you, Idris.
Interested in games.
Game with you, man.
And of course, you've got Idris Elba and Keanu Reeves.
Get to visit Dogtown.
So.
An unexplored part of night.
Granted, the quality of their acting is only as good as what they give.
United States
Well,
of America.
Idris Elba is a great actor.
Expect a massive
Keanu Reeves can be great when he needs to.
Secrets and plenty of stuff to do. I know the team at CD Projekt Red just keeps raising the bar when it comes to telling cinematic stories in video games. And I really can't wait for you to play it on Xbox Series X and S. But enough talking.
Well, it's gonna be on it's gonna be on everything else as well.
So it is my honor and pleasure to give you and introduce the official trailer for Phantom Liberty. Check it out.
Is he putting on the voice? I guess he's putting on the voice for the character.
There's got to be a way out of this.
PC footage with Xbox Series X quality. So is it the PC version?
Stop that.
Well, why wouldn't you just run the PC version? That would be the better version, right?
V. My name is Songbird. I'm an NUS intelligence analyst. I know about the bomb ticking in your head. And I can save your life.
What's the catch?
I need you to get to Dogtown.
Attention all Dogtown residents. The President managed to crash her Space Force 1 into our humble district.
Man's got 1,001 reasons to want Myers as a hostage. Sleeper agents. Time to wake them up. So NUSA's tossing us back into the fray, huh?
Stay sharp. We're in the wolf's den now.
Get Myers out of there. Time to evac. Her safety is the top priority. Shit! They catch us out here, we're dead. Wait, hear that?
I never played the original Cyberpunk, so I'm kind of invested out anyway. But most of this looks like it's just it's not gameplay anyway. It's all cinematic.
Someone ratted us out.
You know, V, treason ain't
Right, there's Israel.
It's a charade, V.
Wherever she goes, people get hurt. Bodies drop.
Just want what Songbird promised me.
The cure.
The situation's changed. You need to know if you're with me.
Illusion of freedom draws in the desperate. Pick your truth, V.
Come on. Got iron in your hand. Gotta put it to someone's head. Pull the trigger.
If I don't do anything, and do it soon, I'll die.
That's coming out in 3 months' time. Not that I'm buying it, but hopefully it's not broken like what happened with the original game's release. This looks like it's a building game, and so is this like a City Skylines the game's called? I know that there's a game that's similar to this. Yeah, okay, so this is a city. What do I call them again? City simulation or simulation game, I guess. So this might be like a City Skylines update or something like that. These games are usually very good. It's just that I don't have the creativity to. I don't have the creativity to be able to make something of randomness, I guess you could say. Yeah, City Skylines 2, right? So again, like the game is looks really good. It's just I'm not very good at games, so that's why I usually avoid them. Better for me to like see other people play them, I guess.
World premiere.
Atlas again, but they've been here a lot. What is this? Gonna be something?
僕を覚えてるか？国民の信託を最も集めし者が次なる王となる資格を得るものとする。陛下のお命が奪われるなど。
This looks like. Wait a second. This looks like Persona. This looks like Persona as well.
こいつが俺の凱旋者だ。
Got some similarities.
果たして誰が次の王か。
Okay, from the creators of 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so I'm probably gonna. This is a new. F1s. I'm just trying to get some like clear gameplay to see if I can, because it's like it's kind of going a bit fast. The actual look of the game looks really good. It looks very much. I'm looking at this, and this looks so much like Persona 5, but on a grander scale in terms of what. That's it for Re Fantazio. I'm interested. This game looks like it's I didn't get the whole name, but I have it written down. If the creator of 3, 4, and 5, I'm interested in all 3 of those games, and it looks very similar to those. I'm very much intrigued about what this actually will be.
Humanity's cities have
There's a lot of stuff so far. Been like what six things that I'm interested in, maybe 5, depending on what the Star Wars thing is.
In the Belfry, you must explore this world to find the origins of this evil. And bring hope back to our people. Together, you can save humanity.
I'm not sure, like, what... Again, the issue is that because it's the Xbox Showcase, they're not going to put everyone else's, like, logos on there, which... I understand why, but at the same time, like, I prefer to have the information of knowing where the stuff comes out on the thing. And, I mean, just... Other places do it, it's like, I guess I understand, but... This looks like something from Bioshock. I don't know if there's going to be a... I don't know if there's going to be a new Bioshock game. I don't think they were planning on making it, but there is a game that's from the same place. But I was never interested in Bioshock anyway. Like, Infinite and 1 have great endings, but I watched people play them. I didn't play them myself.
Everything.
think this looks like it's going to be the Bioshock. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be. It's either Bioshock or Dishonored.
If you alter our past, if you threaten what I have built, there is no.
I'm pretty sure they've shown something like this before. I can't remember what its name was though.
I will not destroy you.
Okay, so you rebuild time.
Oh no. What did I do?
I guess now, since people have seen how Rift Apart work, they're probably thinking, oh, you can like swap between. You can swap between the. This is different. Clockwork. Clockwork Revolution. No, this is a different. It's a different game. It looks very much like Bioshock and Dishonored and like with elements of
Thank you all
time
for
traveling.
joining us. Today is a special day for me and the team. I'm excited to see 11 games showcased from our first-party studios. We opened with Fable from Playground Games, which will bring the franchise into the modern era while staying true to its British style and humor. Compulsion.
Okay, that explains why the guy from the IT crowd is in it.
Original experiences since joining Xbox with South of Midnight and Clockwork Revolution. And we are thrilled at how Avowed is shaping up for release next year from the RPG masters at Obsidian. In addition to Avowed, our studios will deliver Hellblade 2, an all-new Microsoft.
Okay, so they own Hellblade. That explains why.
And more in 2024. Later this month,
once again,
players can look
everything that they mentioned, everything that they mentioned exclusive for Xbox, I was not interested in. It was all the stuff that was not.
And Forza
I don't know why that was. I just noticed it. Every game that they showed there
and PC
didn't interest me. Everything that interested me was all the stuff that got just from third parties.
Like Star Wars.
Like that's the thing. Everything that interested me was all the stuff that wasn't Xbox.
Collaboration with Lucasfilm Games.
That seems to always happen. I don't know why.
Kunitsu-Gami, Path of the Goddess from Capcom, and more Persona games coming to Game Pass thanks to our continued partnership with Sega Atlas.
I just wish that they would have.
I
know I'm.
The Studio Zero team.
I know I'm kind of saying.
Fantazio. It's great to be able to premiere what is next from the creators of Persona here in our.
I know that what I'm trying to. I know that I'm saying like
our players and
advertise the competition, but it's only just so that I know what stuff's coming out on.
No matter if you choose to play on Xbox, PC, or over the cloud, all gamers are.
Yeah, I just find it weird that everything that I was interested in was not an Xbox
when it comes
exclusive.
To our consoles, we have heard your feedback on two fronts. First, we have significantly increased our supply of Xbox Series X, making it easier for fans to find globally. Second,
and yet, like, I think Phil Spencer as a boss is better than Jim Ryan as a boss. Just based on what I'm like I don't like Jim Ryan at all. I never have. One terabyte SSD.
And now for the one more thing you've all been waiting for. Prepare for the most comprehensive deep dive we've ever done for the biggest game we've ever built. So sit tight and enjoy Starfield Direct.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us today, and welcome to Bethesda Game Studios. You know, we've been so lucky over the decades to make the kind of games that we love here, and that's thanks to all of you. From the Elder Scrolls to Fallout, we love creating these worlds and playing in them just as much as you do. And throughout all that time, we'd often talk about and dream up the space game. What if we could take that feeling of being who you want to be and exploring a new world, but set it in space, where you weren't really limited in where you could go or what you could do? And that is Starfield. Obviously, we've come a long way since then with the games we've built, our technology, and all of us here in the studio. We've done so much together, but, well, we've never tried to make a game like this. Today, you'll get to hear from many on the team and see so much of what we think makes our game special. So let's jump in and take a look. Starfield is our first new universe in over 25 years, but it's still a Bethesda RPG through and through, where you step into a new world and you get that feeling of unlimited possibilities. But this time, it's not just one world. It's over 1,000 worlds. Because the choice of where to go, it's not ours, it's yours.
Oh, so is this like this is like No Man's Sky except done right, I guess?
Technology to create it.
They're saying thousands of worlds or whatever. It's like, so is it like it's like Death Stranding crossed with No Man's Sky?
That live in these worlds.
So, I mean, I didn't play No Man's Sky, and I was very mixed on Death Stranding, but I mean, I'm looking forward to the sequel to see how it is. It's like with the game being divisive, like it was for me with Death Stranding. At least there was something like, if it was bad, I would want it. If it was good, then I would get it. If it was divisive, then it's like there was at least some things that I liked about it to the point where it's like, oh, I will at least sort it out, I guess. But I don't know about these. I don't know about this.
And of course, you can play it in third person, and you can play it in first person. We love exploration and rewarding it, but you do explore differently in this game given its scale. That usually involves exploring an area you've landed in. You can collect resources, do a mission, and maybe even stumble upon something unexpected.
It just doesn't seem like there's a lot of... I need to see more gameplay. Obviously, they're going to show more of it, but it's like I just... Is there going to be an actual story, or is it just you go around and... Because they said we don't dictate where you go, you just do whatever you need to do. It's like, so... Is there not, does that mean that there's no story to it?
We do love stuff and all of the items allowing you to pick everything up, and you can view all that in your data menu. This is the hub for everything you're doing, from your skills to your ship, your missions, and your inventory. We love to pack a ton of detail in every object, from all of your weapons, to spacesuits, to food. We just obsess over the details, and food. We obsess over food. When you're done exploring, you can walk back or fast travel to your ship. We have companions and crew you can take with you. I left Vasco here back at my ship.
Welcome back, Captain Howard.
And he can even say your name. Let's head out.
Our mission was to convey the wonder and majesty of space exploration, to evoke the romance of the golden age of early spaceflight. And we've been referring to this approach as NASA Punk. This means a design language where the tech is advanced, yet still looks grounded and relatable.
For us, it's that contrast. That's where the visual interest is. Obviously the NASA, which is the rigid, hard function over style, and then Punk, which is all about style.
You can see that visual style coming through in your ship. Your ship is your home for you and your crew. And like many of the spaces in our game, it has a slightly retro and analog touch, a bit of lo-fi rather than sci-fi, where everything is well used, worn, and lived in.
So I guess the other thing is, like, if this ended up being an exclusive, then that means that I wouldn't buy it anyway, because after the Xbox 360, I don't think I ever want to buy an Xbox ever again, because there were just not enough games on it, and anything that I could get on multi-platform, I can just get on that console, so it is just the way that it is.
And here you can see planets that
although they said this is a Bethesda game, said it's a
many planets that are barren but resource.
They said that it's a Bethesda game, so this looks very similar to like No Man's Sky, or like Elite Dangerous or something like that. Something where there's like all these planets where you can do different stuff. But again, with No Man's Sky, it's like I wasn't all that interested in the whole. It felt like there wasn't really a lot of point to it. And stuff was missing. Here it's obviously a little bit different, but I still think it's a similar sort of thing.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. Scan complete. You are cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
As soon as you land in a city like New Atlantis, your eyes are guided upwards to just these boundless, vast buildings.
It's the biggest city we've ever made, not just in size, but also in the amount of custom art, crowds, and quests.
So the main focus when we're designing a city is obviously what supports the story. We try and tell as many small stories as possible.
This is a Colony War memorial.
It's a few moments of gameplay that make the space feel like it's full of real characters that are going about their day-to-day lives.
It's paralyzing if you really stop and think about it.
Buddy, it's coffee.
It's also where your adventure with Constellation begins.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about.
By the time you meet them, Constellation is sort of seen as this mythical group. Most people don't even know they exist anymore.
Okay, so there are at least quests. They were making it sound like there weren't any quests or whatever, it was just exploring. Because No Man's Sky doesn't really have any quests. It's kind of just like go to the different planets, I believe. I guess there is something to it.
One of them reached out and spoke to you. The artifact. If you could place it on the table here.
Oh my god. Look at how it's coming together.
That means there's a set built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
It's definitely an eclectic cast of characters. You've got Sarah Morgan, the ex-soldier and adventurer, now Constellation's leader. Mateo, the theologian who believes that there's definitely something else out there. Noel, the gifted scientist and Sarah Morgan's protege. And Walter, a very successful businessman in the settled systems and Constellation's financier.
Anything goes as long as you have the money.
There's also Vlad, the ex-pirate, Sam Coe, the former space cowboy, and Barrett.
You know what I hate about these pirates? Completely resistant to my otherwise irresistible charm.
The journey you take with Constellation is just the...
That guy sounded like the,
Settled Systems is home to all kinds
the guy from Fallout 3, I don't know what the guy's name is. When you, are in the vault first time, he's like the one that assigns you the, I can't remember what his name is, but that's what it would sound like to me.
The United Colonies is where you'll find New Atlantis, the first major human settlement in space. The people who live here value law, discipline, and the legacy of humanity. They consider themselves the true children of Earth.
You ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies, even get your UC citizenship?
New Atlantis isn't the only city within the United Colonies. The city of Sidonia on Mars to this day serves as the largest mining facility for the United Colonies. beyond the United Colony's reach, you might find yourself in a much more wild and independent coalition of star systems. This is Freestar Collective Space. The capital of the Freestar Collective is Aquila City.
The Stone Root Inn is an Aquila City fixture.
A ranger relies on judgment and intuition to do what's best for the people.
Neon started out as a fishing platform, but is now known throughout the settled systems as a pleasure city, where almost anything goes.
If you've got morality issues, this definitely isn't the job for you.
Like, I'm just still not sure. Like, I'm not sure if it's something that I personally don't like or I don't. Like, I don't know if I'd want to.
Try not to get yourself.
I don't know if I'd want to get this or not. It's just like I have no idea.
In the bounds of civilized space, there are still plenty of unclaimed systems to explore, but these areas are also home to the most hostile
maybe it's just because this is like a
galaxy.
solely based on it or something like that.
Serpent hungers. All heathens shall be made dust in time.
A new face. Is this the face of a brave runner here to challenge the Red Mile?
They think the galaxy is theirs. They are wrong. It belongs to the Crimson Fleet. It always has.
In Starfield, we're pushing our cities and settlements further than we ever have before. It's all there, waiting for you. A slice of humanity's future.
So, ready to get out there?
Throughout the galaxy, there are so many things to see and stories to experience. But the most important story is the one that you tell. I'm the type of person who spends hours in character creation, and I think people are going to be really excited when they see all of the improvements we've made.
One of the biggest overhauls was done through our character generation system. We scanned a wide range of faces from different age groups and ethnicities, and by mixing and matching all that data, we were able to create highly detailed and diverse characters.
We use that exact system to create all of the characters and NPCs you're going to see in the game, so any character you see almost always is a character you could make yourself.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out. You know who you are? New recruit for Argos Extractors? Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
You start your character creation journey as though you're cycling through employee records. You'll pick from a lineup of 40 presets, and that'll be your starting point. Your journey from there can be as detailed or as quick as you want it to be. This new system has more to offer than ever before.
It's also the simplest character generation.
Someone is going to go and make some really wacky looking characters. I've seen some of them on some Street Fighter 6, and then some of them saying people have made.
It's a lot, but I think it's the most fun to use.
Character creation is more than just how you look. This is also where you start to decide who you want to be. That's where
maybe I'll determine whether I get this at the end of my life. It's so there's lots of stuff here that I think would be good.
From chef
I also just know.
has a betting pool about which restaurant critic you must have crossed to wind up here.
I don't know. I guess we'll see how it is.
You never know when yours is going to come in handy. You could be in the middle of a fancy restaurant talking to some guy, and suddenly you learn he needs a beast hunter to help track down a monster.
Fine. I probably should stick to professionals anyway, given what happened the last time.
We're also giving you the option to customize your build even further by letting you pick up to 3 traits. Traits are completely optional, and they come with their own advantages and disadvantages. You could choose to meet your biggest fan.
By Vectera, by Vectera! Is it really, really you?
He'll join your crew, and he'll give you gifts, if you're willing to put up with his constant commentary.
I can't believe I get to stand near you, breathing.
This is hilarious. They got like an annoying, an annoying fan.
Kid stuff?
You have to pay some credits to support your parents, but they're very sweet, and it's really fun to go visit them.
Honey, we got ourselves.
Okay, this is extremely in
I came
depth.
across some hostile zealots in space, but because I had chosen a trait that made me the same religion as them, I was able to get by without any issues.
It actually might be interesting to see how it's like.
When your health is low, but mercenaries will randomly show up and try to kill you. No matter what you choose,
It's
there'll be
interesting with
plenty of
how-
ways for you to tell your story. And if you want to remove a trait, there are ways to do that too.
What a view!
I think I'll probably end up getting this. Like, it's hard to. If it's an Xbox exclusive, obviously I can't. But considering that
I'll let you
it's
discover that on your own.
considering that it is a Bethesda game, and I think Bethesda's well, I say that, but then it's like I don't think they ever confirmed because they said that they were developing it specifically. That makes me think that it might be an
Once you've built the
exclusive.
perfect character,
I have
that's
no
when the
idea.
learning can really begin. We took what we loved about skills and perks from our previous.
If it's an
games,
exclusive,
and
then
put
it's
them
like
together
that
to
is
create
there's
an
like
all-new skill system.
there might eventually be a port. There might be a time delay.
You get a skill point, which can be used to unlock or rank up skills.
I guess the only other thing is that there's so much stuff here to.
Ranks are unlocked by completing
There's so much stuff here to
associated with
do
them.
that I feel like I'd be very overwhelmed.
Challenges become increasingly difficult as you work your way to higher ranks. With our 5 different skill trees and 4 ranks per skill, there's a lot to choose from.
Granted, at least this means that there's going to be
I looked at xenosociology.
and that's the other other issue is that because of how large this game actually is, it's going to require
Back and everywhere.
like a lot of
I like maxing out my physical traits,
Testing.
so I get neuro strikes, and just punch.
Because
my
if this
way
game
through.
comes out, like, it's a Bethesda game, so you know it's going to have bugs and glitches in it, but if it's, like, anything really, really bad, then people are going to,
Invest in the skills that
Lane.
suit your playstyle.
I'm very much a stealth player. So, I'm out there pickpocketing everyone. My favorite part about being stealthy is slowly creeping through vents like you're in a movie, and then jumping out and springing on people.
Whenever possible, I like to talk my way through situations.
This area's off limits. Fine, I'll issue you an access card.
I'm more of a run and gun player. I like doing the death from above thing where I boost pack over guys and I throw landmines at them. I like blowing stuff up.
I just like how all 3 play styles, it's like, that's essentially the way that I play for everything. It's like, I know, it's like, okay, stealth way through areas as much as possible, talk to people as much as possible to see what dialogue, what other information or stuff I can get, and then if everything all works, just go in and fight everything. 'Cause that,
In Starfield,
I like how
there are
that
4 star
that's what it was.
systems with new life, resources, and adventures. Our team worked hard to strike a balance between fun and realism. We studied data from NASA and a multitude of other sources to help us make the world feel believable. From the way we approached planetary atmospheres to the way we placed biomes based on the planet's
I guess the other thing to also consider is that even if this was multi-platform, I'm fairly certain, based on the amount of content that this has, it's like this would have to be an exclusive only because we're not talking about No Man's Sky graphics here. We're talking about this is essentially No Man's Sky, but graphically way better than that, and probably more content as well. It's probably going to be an exclusive as well.
It's all out there. Ultimately, it's about rewarding your curiosity, because whether it's on the surface of a planet, the alleys of a city, or the vastness of space, you never know what you'll find.
Space exploration is possible thanks to your ship. Your ship is almost like having another character or home you can make all your own. I think you'll be blown away by the amount of stuff you can do. You can buy a ship.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Customize and upgrade that ship. And hire a crew to keep it up and running. And it all starts in spaceports. Every spaceport has a ship technician where you can purchase, sell, and modify ships.
Anything I can help you with?
Maybe you start off with a speedy fighter that's perfect for bounty hunting. Then you might round out your ship roster with a hulking space freighter to run cargo missions, or even do a little smuggling. For now, though, we're going to take our starting ship, the Frontier, and make some changes. You can customize and upgrade everything you see here, and you have two ways to do that. You can quickly upgrade individual systems like your weapons or shields, or you can deep dive and enter the shipbuilder mode. Here you can change anything, from the systems to the look and layout. Adding a new habitat module can give you more room for crew. Adding cowling can change your ship's overall silhouette. An improved grav drive allows for longer distance space jumps. You can even fully customize your paint job to get the exact look you want. The parts you choose to build with don't just affect your ship's stats. They'll also affect what you can do inside your ship. You can have modules for crafting, or for storing and displaying your weapons. Starfield's in-game ship manufacturers bring their own look and feel to every piece of your ship. From living quarters, to cargo holds, mess halls, and control rooms. Our modified Frontier is a practical ship, but with a little creativity, your ship can look like almost anything you want.
It's a bit odd, but one of my favorite ways of customizing ships is I make them look like animals. The HMS Platypus, as I call it.
This is something... It's like, there's so much to this game, and then they go and break down. Like, this is like one segment based on the ship breakdown. Like, this is how you go and make the thing.
So it's really...
And then it's like, it's like, this is like one aspect of many aspects of the game.
And while you can build your home among the stars the way you want to,
there's so much
you're
stuff
probably
that...
not the only person who will call your ship home.
There is so much stuff to this. I remember seeing Starfield, I think when they first announced it. I can't remember when it was, but it's like, I didn't see there wasn't enough that I saw. I didn't see enough of it to be able to judge whether it was, but because this is so in-depth,
and they'll always be there.
Maybe that's why.
We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Each companion comes with their own valuable skills for your ships and outposts, as well as unique quest lines. Eventually, some friendships might blossom into romance.
I don't know that I've ever really loved anyone except you.
And if you're looking for a little extra help on your ship, you can always hire additional crew at spaceports.
Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
You'll also meet potential crew members out in the world.
Still think there might be a spot for me on your ship? I gotta get off this rock.
Assign crew to your ship or outposts, and their unique skills will affect how they run. And just like companions, most crew members can lend a hand in the field. Take Bosco, for instance.
He's designed around the core basics of a NASA machine.
Please, avoid getting shot. You might die.
I still wanted to give it almost a humanoid personality, so I elongated the limbs. This tends to make him feel more human-like and give him a little personality.
It is a shame exploration requires so much bloodshed.
Using the shipbuilding tools and crew selection features in Starfield, you'll be able to build and captain the ship of your dreams. And now, let's take to the sky.
We're putting you in the cockpit of your very own spaceship and telling you that you can do
pretty much anything, and that is really cool for us as developers. Spaceflight should be exciting and dangerous, and you should feel like you're in complete control every step of the way. We've extended that sense of control to ship combat. It's not about just hitting your triggers to fire your weapons. It's a complex dance between your piloting skills and our power allocation system. Boosting power to your engines will make your ship faster. Powering up the grav drives will shorten the amount of time it takes before you can make a jump. And moving your power to your weapons and shields means you're ready for a fight. You should always be on your toes because you're not alone out there. Unlocking the targeting control system skill will allow you to zero in on specific subsystems of the ship you target. After destroying an enemy ship, you can loot the remains from your cockpit. You can always turn any ship that engages you into scrap. But you can also take a more personal approach by docking with the enemy vessel and boarding their ship. Once you've taken control of an enemy ship, it's yours. Add it to your fleet and retrieve it at any spaceport. But space is way more than fighting for your life. Just like when you're planetside, there are plenty of sights to see and stops to make on the way to your next adventure. Like these massive star yards. Walk the halls, talk to the crew, maybe get talked into buying a whole new ship.
A civilian in my star yard. Let's see about getting you a proper ship, one worthy of you.
Maybe you'll dock with a gigantic battleship, like the UC Vigilance. Or rub elbows with the galaxy's wealthy elite on a cruise ship fit for the stars. There are plenty of personal encounters to be had as well. You can hail any ship you come across to trade, swap info, or maybe even commit an act of piracy.
Let's do this.
When I'm playing, I generally go crazy. I definitely go like the more piracy routes. I want to take over ships. I'm going to board ships. I'm like, this is now mine. I steal all the sandwiches and put them, you know, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches. I don't want to play the hero.
Wow.
Just start.
I didn't realize that there was a like you can just collect as many items as you want, and then I guess you just dump them in the cargo hold. So,
Hello, stranger. I just finished cooking up some food. If you want to come on over, just pop on by.
Some of the best moments are the ones you discover on your own.
This game is really impressive, actually.
The game through and through.
I guess the only other reason why this is more impressive than, say, Fallout or Elder Scrolls, something like that, is because we've already seen stuff like this here, but this here we haven't seen them do. This is a completely new game for them. That's probably why. Like, I was interested in Fallout at one point. I was interested in well, I was never really interested in the Elder Scrolls games, but like, I did like, when I first saw Fallout 3, I liked it, but then as time went on, I didn't think this here at least is a little bit different.
Just waiting for you to visit.
1,000 planets. Whether we explore all of them, I don't know.
We want you to feel like explorers, breaking ground on new planets, exploring every inch of a mostly untouched galaxy.
I want to see like the gameplay statistics for this, like you know, when they get a big enough player base, like when they do like how many percentage of people have done stuff or something else has happened.
We're giving you a massive playground and a ton of toys, and just setting you free.
Hey everybody, we've shown you so much stuff, but we thought we'd just take a little break and show you something a little bit different. You know, we put so much detail into our game worlds, and we love the opportunity to bring that into the real world with our collector's editions. And for this game, we've done a watch. It is the Constellation Explorer's Watch. This is the watch that you actually get in the game that acts as part of your HUD, where it's the compass and then environmental information. It connects to your phone to give you notifications and other information, and we've also designed this really cool case that it comes with, Istvan.
Yeah, we really took as much care in designing this case as we did the watch. Our attention to detail in the game totally translates to this. Inspired by the cases that the astronauts used during the Apollo era to bring back samples from the moon. It's got an intricate locking mechanism, authentic, heavy, comes with a Constellation patch, NATO strap, and the overall functionality and believability of this as something that would exist in the world, in the Starfield universe.
Oh, and hey, take this. You'll find it very useful out there. And it even tells the time.
I can only imagine how much this collector's edition is even going to cost, because like, they're going to give you a, they're giving you a watch that essentially acts as a phone.
And together we have created this custom limited edition Starfield controller.
It's going to be really expensive.
Now, you know, our favorite controller.
We love
a lot of these custom controllers, I don't like them. The way that they are.
Not only that,
usually it's the colors.
Custom headset with Xbox, and this is a perfect pairing with that controller.
Control, this is Constellation Starship Frontier. Ready to start on your signal. Steady till ready. Coordinates input. Plotting jump course. Guidance has converged. Getting auxiliary reactor power. System checks are green across the board. Prepare for departure. Grav jump commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In every one of our games, we always put so much care into all those little details that breathe life into our worlds. But Starfield isn't just a Bethesda Game Studios world, it's a Bethesda Game Studios galaxy. So why go this big with Starfield? Because we want to give you freedom on a galactic level. The freedom to
I
experience
just realized with this, with the game being so big and so vast, how long is like the platinum going to be for this? If there's a platinum for it, it's gonna. I feel like it's gonna last a long time potentially. Depending on what they want you to do.
I think what's cool about this whole system.
Maybe it might not be as bad because they are mentioning about how they want you to explore things. I'm actually
as the player explore.
kind of afraid now what they're going to
the system builds a planet
make
as the
these
player approaches it. We
make
stitch
it
it
have
together.
to be done and
with
stuff.
terrain. After that, we have the system that adds interesting locations for the player to explore, creatures to encounter, ore and plants to pick up. It allows us to add that touch of environmental storytelling that Bethesda is known for.
Aggressive creatures have been disrupting our experiments. Their habitat isn't far from here. If you could take care of them for us, we would be in your debt.
So even if your friends were to visit the same planet that you had, you would have a different story to tell.
It's completely up to you how you want to interact with each planet, whether you want to explore and see what you can find, harvest resources and be on your way, or simply take in the views. With the help of your scanner, you'll chart the uncharted and discover exotic wildlife.
If you
have the skills, you can even figure out that certain creatures and plants, you can build an outpost and produce resources from those plants and animals. You can get experience and rewards for fully surveying planets and fully surveying a whole system.
When we were concepting these creatures, we really wanted to think of them as natural to the environment. We didn't want alien monsters, we wanted native wildlife. Something you've never seen before.
When it comes to our exteriors, when the sun moves, all that light is calculated in real time through the atmosphere. Our biggest goal for lighting with Starfield was to make the game feel more filmic, to use lighting and color to really make it feel more cinematic.
After some exploring, you can find a spot to set up a base camp. Outposts can be built almost anywhere on any planet. And the habitat modules come in all shapes and sizes, filling all different purposes. You can even live in them. Assign crew and companions to work at your outposts for added bonuses and set up extractors to harvest resources while you're away.
Something cool we have this time is we have a new fly cam where you can toggle between on-foot building, or you can now use a top-down isometric camera, which helps plan out larger parts of the outpost and placing those larger halves. So that way you can really plan your structures and what the overall feel of your outpost is. And then when you're on your feet, you can really decorate and fine-tune things much easier.
Add crafting and research stations in your outpost to utilize any resources you find or already have.
Mod your weapons to adapt them to your playstyle. Different weapon sights and scopes, larger magazines, a selection of grips and barrels, different ammunition like explosive rounds. All you stealth players out there will surely need a suppressor. You can also choose to go hands-on with melee weapons.
I think it's always a delicate balance between like what's realistic, what's sim, and what's Hollywood. And I think we sort of err on the side of like what's fun for the player.
With Starfield, we've completely overhauled our combat. It's more dynamic, the animations are more fluid. It just feels great.
We probably have more mods and more weapons in this game than I want to say any other game we've done before. There's a lot of variety.
Upgraded gear is just one of the many factors to pay attention to when engaging in combat. You may need to switch things up based on your environment. Gravity is different for each planet, and boost packs are excellent for getting around. And for giving you an edge in combat. Sometimes you'll even feel like you're flying. Zero-gravity environments pose a different challenge. Firing a ballistic weapon in zero.
So I guess seeing something like this with the flying rental thing, this makes me think like, even if like you could make a good Boba Fett game, you could make a good like a Mandalorian game using stuff like this because of being able to fly through and everything. Because
each barrel has its own target.
It's shown that this does work. It's just like for some reason I don't know why we don't get it.
Whether you want to get up close and personal with your own two fists, Or you like more compact weapons like pistols and submachine guns. Or maybe you prefer something bigger. Starfield's got you covered.
Thanks again for being with us today. We are just so grateful that you've taken the time and spent it here. I know there was probably a lot to take in. There's a lot to the game, even more than we could show here. You know, as we play it, we're always sharing.
But there's even more that they haven't shown yet. Like, I'm trying to think about what they didn't show. They showed ship combat, they showed normal combat, they showed story stuff, they showed character things, they showed building ships, they showed customizing what's-the-name stuff, they showed different planets, they showed... So it's like...
So let's hear some of their favorite moments.
Oh, it's gonna be...
I love the way that our final combination of all the new tech has come together to create some of the most beautiful sunsets and sunrises we've ever had in any of our games.
I love the creatures, the exploration, every biome is different. The word that comes to mind is vast.
I like to use our photo mode to take rock star photos.
I just love that constant feel of discovery and wow, I can't believe that there's more here.
I'm most excited about our outpost building systems.
My favorite part is every time you step out on a planet, it's a unique experience.
You spend all this time building your ship, and you see it on the landing pad. These things are gigantic. It's the kind of thing that you just can't get anywhere else.
There's something about seeing a tower over in the distance and going, I know the gravity's low here. I think I can make that jump.
My favorite part is biomes, spaceships,
audio design,
planets, the day-night cycle. Those details matter to me. Diplomacy, exploration, freedom, the ending.
Basco, obviously.
I love the robot so much.
The incredible amount of worlds we created.
Sniper rifles, come on.
Lever action, rocket launcher.
Brain sprout. I love, but some people might find creepy. I don't know. I know it's right, Ben. The thing that I enjoy most about the game is the freedom to be who you want to be, do what you want to do. It's what you've come to expect from a Bethesda title, but on a much bigger scale.
On behalf of all of us, we can't wait for you to play Starfield and make your own special moments.
Let's go. Good luck, Constellation. You are go for launch.
I'm guessing that's September, 6th of September. Base game available day one. Digital premium edition. I mean, I don't care if it's an exclusive to Xbox, then it's like I don't know. But the issue is that there's no way to know because there's no way to know that it's a. There's no way to know that it's a exclusive, not because they didn't show that they only showed Xbox. So I'm guessing because it's a Bethesda game that it'll probably be. It wouldn't make sense. If I'm Bethesda, it wouldn't make any sense to make our game exclusive to an Xbox when, if you look at the sales of the 3 consoles, Xbox consoles are the lowest of the 3. I don't even think it's even anywhere close. Like, during the pandemic, PS5s were hard to come by, Switches were hard to come by, apparently Xboxes were really easy, and I've never heard anyone saying that they had trouble finding an Xbox. Because it's just the least popular. Sales of it in Japan, in the Asian countries, are not very good. And unfortunately, that's where a lot of the sales come from. Considering Sony and Nintendo cater more towards that audience, it's yeah. Granted, Xbox are trying, because like I said, there was heaps of stuff that was announced here that was. There was heaps of stuff here that was announced that would you know, suggest that they're thing, but it's like it's just yeah. It's hard to. There's a lot of stuff here that I was interested in, but some stuff I'm still not really sure. I would have preferred if they actually showed that it was like showed what else things were. Alright, I think that's it for this. Let's just pause this. Alright, so Xbox conference. Overall, what is the best way to put this? Everything that Xbox showed me that they were making, I was not interested in. Everything that wasn't Xbox, for the most part, I had some sort of interest in. Now, if Starfield, I think, is on everything. It's hard to tell because of the thing. It's hard to tell. Starfield is something that obviously they're going to be very happy with that, making that. But I don't think it's an exclusive. I think it's because it's Bethesda, and I know Bethesda's owned by Microsoft, but it's like makes no sense to me to have Bethesda be exclusive to Xbox, considering will it want people to buy the Xbox? And because like someone like me, right? I bought we had the original Xbox, which was great. The 360 we bought, and there just wasn't like I was finding myself buying stuff for PS3, and it's like to me the console has to have the exclusives, and like this is only one this is like one exclusive. If it was an exclusive, I guess you would say that. Not really sure, but it's like see how that goes. But everything that was on Xbox that they showed that apparently is from their first hand, which I think, like, I'm pretty sure Fable has always been an exclusive because neither of the first two came onto the PS2 on the PlayStation, so Fable 3 is gonna be the same. And a few other things as well. But it's like yeah, everything that Xbox showed me, everything that Xbox showed me was not something that I was particularly interested in. Everything that was not that for the most part. So let's just go through everything for a second. So Persona 3 Reload. I know that they released Persona 3 Portable for the first time on consoles and everywhere else months ago. I think Persona 3 Reload is different to Persona 3 Portable. From what I've heard, I think so Persona 3 Reload is going to be more following the mainline game, so I think there's no female protagonist. So it's just the male version, whereas I think Persona 3 Portable, you have the choice between both, because I think Persona 3 is a weird game. I think the way it works is you've got the original Persona 3, you've got Persona 3 Portable, and then you've got Persona 3 Fez, and then there's like the Answer and something else. And somehow they don't all relate to each other. You can't put them all together and they all thing. It's like one is like Persona 3 with the male protagonist and a few other things, and then you got Persona 3 Portable with the female one. So it's like I think what I'll be doing is I wanted to get Persona 3 Portable anyway because I haven't got that. And that's one thing. But then Persona 3 Reload, I don't think it's a remake of Persona 3 Portable. So if it was a remake of Persona 3 Portable, I would consider not getting it, but I think it's separate. So, alright, Like a Dragon 8 Infinite Wealth, they only showed a small clip, and now I'm expecting at the RGG Summit they're going to show potentially more than what we saw there, or they might just show it and then they might discuss more of it, so I don't know. They might actually talk with Ichiban's voice actor again. I think that's what they did in the last one, I can't remember exactly, but it's hard to judge based on what we saw. It was a cutscene. Obviously, the cutscenes look good. The voice acting's all the same. But I'm hoping we see more for it for the summit because they said early 2024, so that means that we're going to get that. January, February, March. I don't know how they determine it. Some things determine it on seasons. Some things determine it on quarterly. Some things determine it on. To me, the season system is kind of flawed only because seasons cross. So, for example, if you say winter 2023, winter 2023 for me is now. So, June, July, August. If you say winter 2023 for the opposite season, that means December. Because January and February aren't 2023. That means that it has to be in December. So, that's where it's. So, there needs to be a bit more clear system. To either do the season system, do the quarterly system, or do something else. But it's like, considering that Like a Dragon Gaiden comes out in November 9th, and they're saying that this comes out early 2024. I can't imagine them wanting to release that. They could release it in January. The only reason I say in January is because that would be 5 years. That's the one thing that I noticed. These games are consistent with. These games are consistent with the years. So usually the year that the game comes out is the year the things are set. So I believe for Like a Dragon, it was like 2019 or 2020 when it came out in Japan. So because of that, that would mean if it was like 4 or 5 years, I'm pretty sure they mentioned it's 5 years. This is 5 years after Like a Dragon. So if that's the case, then that would make sense that they release it in January, only because that would then be 5 years set. That would actually make sense. Overwatch 2, it was updating stuff with all the characters and all that sort of thing, but I just saw, like, oh, the story mission, so there must be some sort of story mode that you can access, which is good, because I've been meaning to go and get around to doing that at some point in time to see how that is. Not really much else to say, because it's already stuff that I've seen before, but Persona 5 Tactica. This looks like it's going to be like the Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, except they don't have the Rabbids in it, and it's Persona 5, so I mean, I like Persona 5. I like those strategy games where you move around and things have to go on thing. I like the way that those work. The chibi thing's going to be a little bit interesting. It's not completely chibi like World of Final Fantasy, for example. So I think this will work a little bit better. What's interesting, though, is I didn't see... Throughout the whole time, I did not see Akechi or Kasumi or... thing. So that means I'm thinking that this takes place... Because if you look at when Strikers takes place, Strikers does not include anything that happens in Royal. Strikers doesn't... Strikers takes place 6 months... I think it's 6 months after... 6 months? 3 months? I think it's 6 months after Persona 5 Vanilla ends. So that means this game here, if it hasn't got Kasumi in it, is probably going to be another spin-off title similar to... And that actually makes me wonder now, because Strikers... It's weird. You got... Persona 5 has an ending, but then Strikers is the sequel to it. Persona 5 Royal is its own separate thing, which is its own separate ending. So now this one doesn't have stuff that's in Royal, so that means, are they going to then explain how they get into this position? Because I think in Strikers, from what I remember, remember they explain how they get from the point where it's like, oh, how come there's no palaces anymore? And then they explain something about in the game a bit. So this one's going to have to be very similar. It's going to be something different. It's not going to be because in Royal it was palaces, in not Royal, in Vanilla it was palaces, in Strikers it was something else. I can't remember. It wasn't castles. It wasn't. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I know that was discussed. So here there might be something completely different. Metaphor Re Fantazio. Apparently this is from the same people who made 3, 4, and 5 of Persona. It looks very much like Persona 5. It has a lot of the same menu style, has a lot of the same things as well. I was very impressed with what I saw there. I didn't see a release date, so I don't know when that's coming out, but with all these, Atlas are really releasing, because you've got, what have you got now in waiting? You've got Persona 3 Reload, you've got Persona 5 Tactica, you've got this game, and then they're still working on Persona 6, because I know that Persona 6 is in development as well, so it's like they've still got, they're getting a lot of different games. I'm just hoping that, and from the looks of it, Tactica is going to be different to Strikers and also different to the original game. So we're going to have there'll be new antagonists and stuff like that as well. But that metaphor are different. And then obviously Starfield. From the first thing that I saw for Starfield, I can't remember if it was at Summer Games Fest or was it something else, but I didn't really think. I think it's because I saw this particular direct, where it's like, this is everything that you can do. It looks very much like it's a better version of No Man's Sky, a better version of like an Elite Dangerous style thing with the Bethesda thing. Now, I haven't been interested in Bethesda games in a long time, so this should be an interesting experience to see how it is. I guess there's nothing else that I need to discuss for this. Because like again, Fallout, I had a thing. I don't play the Wolfenstein games. I don't play the Elder Scrolls games. I don't play Doom. A lot of stuff I don't think I've been interested in Bethesda since Fallout 3, which after having like played that the way that I did, it's like I lost interest very fast. This looks different to that because it's not just thing, but it's like I'm going to be interested to see how the missions work, how everything else works. Lots of customization options for ships, for battling, for crew member stuff, for making all the other stuff, for stories, for characters. I feel like it's going to be a large game. I'm kind of scared about what is the platinum going to entail. So I can imagine it being, if they tell you that there's a trophy for exploring all 1,000 planets or completing all 1,000 planets, the game's going to take forever to finish. But and then that, keep in mind, that said base game. It said base game available, which means that there's going to be DLCs for that game as well. Which, if the DLCs are as big as the main game, they're not going to be, but expansion wise they could be. But yeah, well, I guess I'll have to look at for September 6th. I'm pretty sure it's going to be on PS5 and Xbox Series X. There's no way that that's going to be on PS4. Only because, considering they said that saying that they've pushed it and things like that as well, it's like I think that's the thing. So overall, the Xbox conference was really, really good. Everything that I was interested in that wasn't Xbox was really good. Also, I should mention Star Wars Outlaws. The only reason I didn't put it down on my list as of yet is because all we saw from it was cinematics. The cinematics looked fine, but I want to see what the gameplay is like before I judge on whether I would buy. Because I don't just blindly go and buy Star Wars games. I have Fallen Order and stuff, but I usually don't buy them. Last one, I don't even remember what the last. Because I enjoyed Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga, however, it had its problems. Fallen Order also I enjoyed, but it had its problems. I don't remember what the last time that I played a Star Wars game would have been that I actually enjoyed. Probably KOTOR, which apparently, I don't know when that's coming out. I know that on the Switch you can get KOTOR for, you can get the original version of KOTOR on the Switch. However, they're also supposedly supposed to be remaking KOTOR as well, so that's probably the most interested I was in a Star Wars game. But yeah, I think that's it for this one. I can't think of anything else really to discuss. So I guess we'll move on to the Ubisoft Forward, because That's going to have Star Wars Outlaws gameplay on it as well. So give me a second. I will that up. So, pop player, we go and shouldn't play straight away anyway. If it does, it's I can link it up anyway. See that? I don't think actually it is playing straight away. Never mind. Alright, we're gonna fast forward through like the first 10 minutes or whatever.
Be viable operators, and I think Siege has really
Okay, what is this? This is. Hang on a second. So, I'm just trying to check for a second if this is. This is the pre-show, so actually, I might be fine with having the pre-show on there only because. Alright, we'll just start it from here.
Welcome to the Ubisoft Forward pre-show. The main show will begin in 15 minutes.
Start it here, just see what it is.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy a jam-packed pre-show.
Sometimes the pre-shows do show off games that are thing as well, so.
The past year of Rainbow Six Siege has brought some of the most impactful updates in the game's history. We asked top creators from YouTube and Twitch to tell us what they think about Siege today.
Siege is a completely different game than it was like 5, 4, 3 years ago. There's way more operators.
There's so many things that you can test out when there's a new operator, whether it's the interactions with the other operators, or maybe the operator just has a cool gun and it's just fun to play.
Zombie specifically, I guess, in the most recent, impactful, defensive, add-on for operators. I fell in love with her. I thought it was cool that you could hide yourself. You could even hide.
Yeah, this is the pre-show, I think, for the Ubisoft Forward, but again, this stuff's probably not going to be shown on. This stuff is not going to be shown on the. It's not going to be shown on the main show, so. Whereas, like with the Capcom pre-show and post-show stuff, it's just people talking, and then they're kind of just talking about what they saw rather than.
Like, who are you even playing?
New stuff, so that's why.
Consulate, which I think is huge.
Playing around on reworked maps and doing things like replay C4s and pulse scanning from below. Those tactical plays are some of the most satisfying that you ever get in gaming.
Cross progression was awesome. I started on PS4, so I had several years from being one of those veteran year one players under my belt, and so I had all the cool skins and even levels, renown, all that kind of stuff. So having that suddenly be on my PC account, which I started, I don't know, probably 3 years into my journey, was fantastic.
Console community has been begging Ubisoft for some kind of answer to the Zim situation. And I know the Mousetrap was a huge announcement that a lot of console players were waiting for.
The most groundbreaking
That's so weird with that, the way that it was. It's like the angling of the gun.
I'm really excited for the changes for the shields. I feel like it's been a long time coming.
I love things like the shooting range, being able to change attachments, switch seamlessly between weapons and operators. It's an amazing change.
The newest season has just been released, and a whole lot more is on the way. So there's a lot of Siege to be excited for. Why not go watch a game in action?
I'm not even really sure what that's supposed to do. The angling of the gun there, if it makes any differences. Also, as far as I've noticed, there was no like copyrighted music, I don't think. Because they advertised as the pre-show, it's fine. I know that the Capcom one also had a pre-show, but
when you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments,
the download that I did for it didn't have the pre-show on it. I had a post-show, but the post-show was just them talking about stuff, which I think it's just the GameSpot, it's the same stuff, so I don't count
moving countries to pursue my dream and career was very difficult at the beginning, because I had to left some people behind, in Brazil. But you have to be the best, you have to think that you are the best. There's a pressure of being a team captain, because for example, if I'm not scared to play a match, my team's not gonna be scared, Like on social media, when people see that, they respect me. Everybody's gonna look up to us like, oh, a new dynasty, you know, like the forbidden word. I feel we have everything that we need to be the best team in the world. We just have to prove to everyone else. My dream is to win like two big tournaments in a row. To win is the most important thing. If we lose this game or win this game, like, it's my fault, you know. So it's all on my shoulders.
We work in a discipline that has certain
Wait a
games
second, this
between
is-
the people that make buildings and the people
This
that use
is,
buildings,
this
and I
looks
think
like
we could
Unity.
use games and virtual spaces as a way of breaking down those boundaries and inviting new audiences to participate.
They're doing something for Unity,
There's
perhaps?
an important relationship between architecture, urbanism, and video games. An understanding of how real cities are formed, how people behaved in cities, how people gathered in crowds is often very, very helpful in being able to articulate that meaningfully in a fictional world as well.
Video Game Urbanism is the name of our teaching studio. We've been teaching this for a number of years now, working with students to...
I will say, like, despite my problems with Assassin's Creed Unity, the game's architecture was very well done. Like, the games do a very good job with architecture in the games.
Because we've always been really interested by
It didn't
spaces.
prevent Unity from having problems, but it's still something that they did well.
Unity opens up the city in a new way, rather than just experiencing things from the street, being able to really kind of navigate across the buildings, the rooftops, the facade, interacting with architecture in a different way.
As architects, we're trained to see buildings in a particular way, but a game like Assassin's Creed Unity lets us break that and see the city in a new light.
So when we were researching the game, we found it really interesting to read some of the interviews and some of the material from the developers as to how they approach the design of the architecture, and hearing that, you know, you're facing real virtual problems we also face as architects sometimes was a really interesting insight. We thought it would be really interesting to explore video game architecture using an architectural methodology such as a scaled model.
So we go from the riverside to the old kind of medieval areas of the city where the buildings are much smaller and irregular, through to the larger kind of boulevards.
And we're standing here today in the Bourse de Commerce, which is obviously the highlight of the model here.
We picked the Hellblade because we think it was a really good example of a building that's use has changed maybe quite a lot from the game to the present day, even to the fact that it's got a new insertion in it from an architect that we really loved. And it was a really interesting building to look at.
We really like the way that games are totally kind of user-centric spaces, which is definitely something architecture can learn from.
Oh, okay, there's a video on YouTube for it. So they're going to show it here, actually.
What's up, everyone? We're playing the X-Defiant beta. Thank you to Ubisoft for sponsoring this video.
Hey, it's Skull and Bones, the game that's had, what, 6 or 7, I think it's had 6 or 7 now, different release dates. Still don't think that game even has a release date yet. I don't think it has a release date, as far as I can remember. It got delayed, and it was supposed to be out already, I believe, and it's been delayed till next year, which says a lot. Again, it was a game that I was really, really interested in, but I don't know why they keep.
When I found out that Just Dance 2023 has a story mode now.
All things Far Cry 6 and how I feel after playing the game.
Wait, there's a story mode in Just Dance? That's something different. I didn't realize that was. I didn't realize that there was a story mode. I think that's a first, actually.
Stay tuned for exclusive reveals on Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, Assassin's Creed Mirage, and the Crew Motorfest, all in 10 minutes.
Oh, this is just like a collection of spoof reel.
It's okay to be scared. I know.
I hope this doesn't get a... I'm pretty sure none of stuff like this should get flagged down, only because... Oh, this was an ad for... Okay, that was, Actually, I wasn't expecting this to turn into a... I thought at first it was a... I thought at first that it was a spoof reel or whatever, but it's actually a thing about important stuff with fair play and stuff like that on.
Christine got blues. Christine got blues. She ain't got
but I hope that
unless it's a blue 8, and then we'd be screwed, son.
Or unless it's a red 7.
Oh shit, she had red.
But I hope that that doesn't. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't get flagged down only because. It shouldn't get flagged down because it's public domain music, I think, but apparently Ode to Joy. Apparently Ode to Joy is... Apparently Ode to Joy is actually something that can get you flagged down on YouTube, which is kind of weird. So maybe it's only certain...
We kind of caught the transition. We did another casual bar spin there.
Maybe it's only certain... Might only be certain...
Top 4 eliminated.
I knew I'd been training for the splits for a reason. Oh my god, I'm so excited. It's coming tomorrow. It's coming tomorrow.
Pretty sure I won't get flagged down for like reaction things from other people's YouTube videos, but if I can easily just cut this. I can easily just cut this out if I needed to do so, but...
Wait, your dance was so amazing, by the way. I want you to know that Ubisoft San Francisco just donated $10,000. I know, right?
What?
Oh, right, the, yeah, I remember this on, yeah.
What?
I remember seeing this on... I remember seeing someone play Black Flag, and there was a void. There was a void where the ship should have been, and it was just like a giant like sinkhole of water, square.
Really, we did? Oh my god!
Let's reach the goal and call it even. Yeah, that's crazy. Wow, that's we started at like 13,000 something. So yeah, getting to the 15 is insane. That's really insane. Thanks everyone.
Alright, I guess we're back
Get
now.
your snacks, get settled. Ready? Let's go!
All this stuff about Ubisoft Original, like, I get so annoyed with this. Alright, this must be the Just... Alright, that's another thing. I need... When Just Dance appears on the thing, I'm gonna need to make sure I mute the stream, because usually, if the music is, usually, like, music like that is gonna be flagged down. I don't know how people do Just Dance streams on, YouTube or Twitch, and are unable to monetize them. Especially there's people who do big charity streams on... There's people who do big charity streams on YouTube and Twitch, and how they're able to do it without being flagged down, I have no idea. I should have been paying more attention. Should actually, I should definitely have my mouse ready on the mute button. Olympic esports. Is there such a thing yet? Okay, so Just Dance, you can... Just Dance is an Olympic esport? I mean, I'm not against an Olympic esports division because that at least is interesting. Like, but to get that to be televised is going to be really complicated. I have no idea what this music is for. I've never heard it before anyway, so I'll just leave it up. My channel's so small anyway that it's like, even if I get flagged down, it's not gonna... If it's something that I recognize, then obviously I will, if it's something that I recognize, I will immediately do it though. Now, one thing I'm actually curious about with this is, if you were doing Just Dance Olympic esports, is the way that you get scored based on the way score that you get in the game, or is it based on is there judges that go and judge your actual moves? That would actually be interesting to see what they consider as that or not. Alright, I'm just gonna say get ready to start muting. Okay, maybe I don't have to. I'm guessing this is Assassin's Creed because of 20th century games. Oh, this is the Avatar game. This is the Avatar game. Mix of gameplay, cutscenes, and in-game footage. Not all images appear in game. I guess some stuff's been made for this that I haven't seen enough of this yet, but I don't care about Avatar usually, so that explains why 20th century is. Pretty sure they made an Avatar game before, and it wasn't all that well received.
They took everything from us. From me. I was trained in their ways, their technology.
Making a game the same quality as like The Way of Water, for example, is going to be impossible.
And then one day, they left.
Hell's Gate is under attack. Evacuate now. Kill all the Navi children.
But before they did...
I didn't see some gameplay though, just a thing. From what I'm seeing so far, I don't really care.
And there I remained for 15 years. Until one day, I awoke. And I was free.
Alright, it's first person, which...
Free to explore my world.
Not seeing enough right now to...
Free to decide who I was going to be. Free to discover what I was meant to do.
Now you see what they kept you from. Your true home.
game doesn't look as beautiful as I was thinking it was, but again, it's very hard to replicate something from the way that, like, you're comparing it to James Cameron.
Don't let the Na'vi get in our way. Get rid of them.
And I have a choice to make. I choose to protect my home.
That scene looked like something straight out of, that looked like something straight out of, the Hunger Games. So this, I guess the best way to compare this to something is like, this is like Far Cry but with Avatar, but I don't feel like it has the same comparable qualities as Far Cry does to thing, because I think Far Cry do a much better job with characters. It's the issue.
Hi there everyone, I'm Jim Cameron, the creator of Avatar and Avatar: The Way of Water. In developing both of these films, I set out to imagine another world.
Why did you introduce himself as Jim Cameron? That's interesting.
As our own. And we wanted the audience to feel as though they were really on Pandora, to dream with their eyes wide open, and to explore this world with our characters. And it's always been our vision to embrace technology to allow us to find new ways outside the cinema to immerse people in this world. Our friends at Ubisoft share the same ambition, and the team at Massive have been pushing the boundaries of what's possible in games to bring a new corner of Pandora to life. So with Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, our creative team at Lightstorm has been able to share their insights with Massive's talented team, who are experts in creating living open worlds. Together, we'll be able to bring players to the Western frontier with new environments, new flora and fauna, new characters, and an original story that coexists with the events of the Avatar films. We can't wait for you to join this adventure, and we look forward to welcoming you back to the world of Avatar once again. We can't wait for you to join this
What happened there?
adventure,
They just...
and we look forward to
They
welcoming
made a
you
mistake
back
there.
to the world of Avatar once again.
Pretty sure this is, yeah, I don't want the...
Hello everyone. My name is Didi Dienfeld.
I just don't care about Avatar, to be honest.
Proud to be representing the team behind Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora.
Oh, Ubisoft Massive is the name of the... Ubisoft Massive is the name of the company. I didn't even know that there was such a thing.
Story. You'll set out on a journey of discovery to unravel the mysteries of your past, learn what it means to be Na'vi, and explore new parts of Pandora on land or together with your trusted Banshee in the air. Our ambition is to...
That's so weird though, because The Way of Water, the sequel movie, is very much focused on the sea. And yet they're not mentioning about that.
To a beautiful open world, touch and interact with it, using your size, your superhuman strength, and your natural agility to gain the upper hand. As the Na'vi say, Sivako, let's rise to the challenge on December 7th. Until then...
Oh, that's also a really bad... That's also a really bad time to release in December.
So prepare to lose yourselves in the beauty and the danger.
December's always a bad month, because it gets excluded from the... Well, the first half of November is pretty much the cutoff point for the Game of the Year awards. Seems like. Wait, they're showing more of it off now? Okay, this might actually be I was gonna say, like, this is... I thought it was gonna be, not sure what the quality of the game is, dropping, considering it's the same thing.
Welcome to Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, a first-person action-adventure game that invites you to explore the engaging world of Avatar in an immersive open-world experience. I'm Didi Dienfeld, game director, and I'm excited to reveal what's waiting for you on Pandora. The story of our game begins when the RDA expands their operations to the western frontier. John Mercer, one of the leaders of the RDA, abducts you and other Na'vi children from your home to teach you the ways of humans, hoping to mold you and turn you against your own people. But its plan is interrupted by the Battle of the Hallelujah Mountains, and you are put into emergency cryosleep. When you awaken 15 years later,
So I don't know if that's a
you are
relation
stranger
to
in your birthplace.
movies or if
Knowing
it's
the
a.
dangers posed by the RDA, you set out to take them down and look to secure the help of other Navi clans. Initially, you're perceived as an outsider, so you have to reconnect with your lost Navi heritage to gain their trust. On your adventure, you'll find your own path as you discover what it means to be Navi. You'll explore new regions of Pandora, each with their own unique biomes. The Kinglow Forest is a lush rainforest brimming with life and dense vegetation in the shade of awe-inspiring floating mountains. This is the home of the Aranahe, a clan of peaceful weavers who will guide you on your first hunt and on your first flight. The Aranahe will show you the way to the Rookery, where you can bond for life with your very own Ikram. The Ikram is a devoted companion that you can name, feed, and customize. Experiment with acrobatics and feel a rush of adrenaline as you dive from the sky and explore the open world of Pandora from the air. If you travel north, you'll get to the upper plains, an expansive grassland filled with contrasts and open views as far as the eye can see. The nomadic Seswa clan live here in symbiosis with gigantic beasts called Sakru. Earn the clan's trust, and they will teach you the art of riding dire horses. And further west, the mysterious clouded forest, where hidden in the mist, nothing is as it seems. Here lives the Kamitiri, a clan of healers with their own dark reasons to stay hidden. RDA operations are threatening the balance of Pandora. They build facilities of all sizes to exploit resources at any cost, spreading devastating pollution. In the process, animals are hurt and poached. You'll need to stop the RDA from ravaging your home, and when you are ready, you will take the fight to them. As a child of two worlds, you can learn to master multiple combat styles. Your powerful instincts allow you to get an overview of the battlefield, mark your enemies, and identify weak points. Traditional Navi weapons are versatile and precise. You can use the longbow to hit long-range targets.
I guess the one other thing that I find I never makes any sense to me is like you're telling me that like you can take down a mech with an arrow, with normal arrows.
The occasional rocket launcher. On foot, you can also rely on your incredible strength to take down amp units. Above the clouds, your Ikran will help you in aerial combat against the RDA. Destroying RDA facilities will have a tangible impact on your world. With the pollution removed, Pandora heals. You'll be able to harvest the best quality material again and craft better gear and weapons. You will also find ingredients to cook and make meals to get stronger. As you keep discovering what it truly means to become Navi, you'll improve your skills by connecting to Awa through the Tarshu plant and learn from the memories of your ancestors. Skill upgrades can improve many aspects of your character, such as your natural agility to move through the world, your stealth approach when hunting or fighting, or the handling of your weapons and mounts. Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora is a captivating action-adventure game designed to maximize the power of new-gen consoles and PC. You will be able to play the full story.
Alright, so it's a
or with a friend online in two-player.
Okay, there's two-player co-op. I guess that's because it's like Far Cry 6. That's the same thing.
Become Navi.
But
take down the RDA to protect.
I don't know. I don't like Avatar. That's the thing. So this is essentially like their version of Far Cry, just with Avatar instead.
Let's get it, baby.
Have some fun with it.
Look what I'm doing right now. Oh, another gun. Oh my. Another one.
This feels great.
You're all. I got two.
Oh my. Oh! The kill streak! I'm going crazy! I'm going X Games mode! You knew it.
Yeah, that feels good. That feels good.
Oh my shield. What the?
Gotta be gentle with the kappa. Look, yeah, this scope is so good.
Oh my god, brother!
See? Gentle.
Yeah, now I'm using flow right now.
That's a 5-piece.
Oh, this game's fun, man. This game's great.
I'm missing critical damage. What about you?
I'm so excited about this game in general. I mean, I love like the pacing of the game, though. I think like, it all just works. You know what I'm saying?
Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Mark Rubin, executive producer on X Defiant. What you just saw was a collection of live clips and reactions from players streaming our game during our closed beta test in April. And we've been absolutely overwhelmed by the amazing response to our game from players all over the world. Now, for us, community has really been the core of this game's development. And we've had 28 public tests so far, with the recent closed beta being the largest, and of course, the first with no NDA. And throughout all of these tests, we've done our best to listen and respond to the feedback of players. So thank you so much to the more than 1.5 million players who have participated in those tests, and the countless creators and streamers who shared their footage and feedback about X Defiant. Now we're ready to look towards the future. We are currently planning on launching later this summer. But before we do that, we will be holding another test to address some of the feedback from the closed beta. This open session will be available to everyone on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S from June 21st to June 23rd. This is a short test, but we are opening it to everyone to get as much feedback as possible on our new netcode, our controller tuning, and of course, to stress out the servers as much as possible. So if you have not played X Defiant yet, this is your chance. But let's talk about what's going to happen when we launch later this summer. We will start with a 6-week preseason that will have all of our launch content with 14 maps, 5 factions, 24 weapons, and much, much more. We then move into our year 1 content schedule, which is packed with some really exciting content, with 4 brand new meta-changing factions, each with unique characters and skills, 12 new weapons, and 12 new maps. That's 1 new map every month.
There's like so much of this content. It's all the same. A lot of the stuff's all just like
I think you may really be surprised.
slight variations of the same thing.
Year 1 is really going to have a lot of great gameplay. All focused on creating a fun.
So hard to make a game that's going to be
and we are
consistently like again. It's like it's one thing to get people to do closed beta, but how quickly are they going to continue to play it after it's been launched? How long are they going to do so? How long before something else comes around?
So thank you again to all of the players that supported X Defiant so far.
Like, it's enjoyable to watch for me to watch people play it rather than play it myself because I'm not very good at shooting online shooters. So. Is this the Prince of Persia? Like, this is Prince of Persia Lost Crown. Saw this at the Summer Games Fest originally, so we're gonna get anything different here? still not sure why they decided to change the Prince's look, and also I don't know what this means for the Sands of Time remake, because apparently that was supposed to, like, there's rumors that they're not making that anymore. Nothing's been confirmed yet. This is a different gameplay though. A different trailer, I should say. Gameplay for this looked good though when I remember seeing it, but these cinematics are also great. So I already knew about that from the January 18th though. I think that's the actual release date. That's actually got a release date.
Hi everyone, it's so exciting to be with you today. About 30 years ago, in 1989, I discovered a great action-adventure game, both challenging my skills and respecting my cleverness. It was Prince of Persia. I am Muniradi, game director of Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown.
I don't think I had a release date last time.
Has come to open a new chapter and to journey in legendary Persia, in an era where the laws of mortals were ruled by the laws of gods. You are Saga, a fearless sword prodigy, the youngest member of a
Oh, right, that's why it's different. It's different because it's a different Prince of Persia. It's a different person.
One night, Prince Hassan, sole heir to the throne, is abducted and taken to her hostile and cursed land, Mount Kaf. You and your brothers in arms are sent on a rescue mission to save Prince Hassan. However, this assignment will cast you straight into the lion's den. And it is here that you, Sargon, and the whole kingdom must prepare to face the greatest...
Actually, yeah, there was no actual release date. Yeah, there was no release date for the original.
In Mount Kaf,
so now there actually is. Oh, they're actually going to show off actual segment gameplay.
Your mission is clear. Find Prince Hassan and bring him back to Persepolis. However, Mount Kaf becomes a prison full of hostile inhabitants.
Okay, so they're bringing back the that shadow creature, you know, stuff from the...
Separated from your allies, you discover a ground citadel.
This looks really good compared to, like, see the Assassin's Creed Chronicles games. Those were still good, but this was, you can see that they made an improvement on that, but they're a little bit different in terms of
in this cursed land, exploration is everything. This is semi-open world that delivers new secrets.
Semi-open, okay.
But to reach new areas, you have to master your skills and your sense of timing. A trademark of Prince of Persia.
This is going to be a really good speedrun, I reckon.
You won't be the only one trapped in Mount Kaf.
Goddess and blacksmith to the gods.
Some dwellers are willing to help you, while others are more reluctant. But Sargon is a swordsman like no other. He is a fierce warrior, known for being elusive, ruthless, and extremely skillful on the battlefield. Fueled by anger, he constantly puts his life on the line to perform the devastating attacks.
This is like more gameplay than what we got in the Summer Games Fest, but that's also because they're able to focus on it because it's their own.
Time powers are back.
Ah, so if you died.
This time. What the hell was that? Not only in your hands.
The enemies can do it too. Okay.
To face such a challenge, master a new side of his time powers and defy gravity.
I only just wish that they wouldn't stop cutting to him. I wish they would just focus solely on the screen and just have him talking. Because it's like, I want to be able to see more of the gameplay because I like what I'm seeing.
To solve Mancaf's mysteries and execute brutal combos in epic combats. And that's just a glimpse of what Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is all about. I'd like to thank Matrix, who composed the in-game music you are just listening to. And of course, my fantastic team at Ubisoft Montpellier. We cannot wait for you to get your hands on the game. It releases on January 18, 2024 on all platforms. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the show.
That's another thing that's good with this, is like I don't have to worry about like figuring out what consoles they're on because Ubisoft is its own company, so it'll tell me. Blood Dragon Remix, Captain Laserhawk. Is this gonna be Far Cry related?
Hi. My name is Adi Shankar. I'm a TV and movie producer. You may know me from the Castlevania animated series on
Okay. Okay, so are they making a Blood Dragon game series? Because
one of my fan fiction shorts on YouTube.
That Castlevania series was very well received from what I remember.
7 years ago, I got a call from Ubisoft offering me the opportunity to adapt one of their very, very, very serious franchises into an anime. But instead, I came back to them with a crazy concept inspired by the mood of Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. Yeah. This concept used Ubisoft's vast library of characters and remixed them into one delirious anime series that would become this love letter to the 90s. Or at least how I remember the 90s. And to my absolute surprise, Ubisoft said no. Just kidding. They said yes. That's why I'm up here. Come on. This is the story of how the first anime series by Ubisoft was born. Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix. This show is many things. It's violent. It's a dystopian fiction.
I mean, if you made the Castlevania, I haven't watched the Castlevania series. I've just heard that it's very well received. Castlevania doesn't interest me, but
it's a love story.
At least I got someone who's done
as a
something that.
descendant of Indian mystics, I can tell you it's the most philosophically conscious show you've watched in a long time. The series was picked up by Netflix. It was animated by the renegade genius pirates at Bobby Pill's studio. And today, I'm very happy to announce that barring an apocalypse, which may happen, it will be released worldwide later this year. And that's not all. I'm even more excited to share with you an action-packed, Easter egg-filled teaser trailer right now.
Do you want to be entertained? Don't change the channel.
This is an anime about blood dragons, apparently. But I still haven't played. There was no physical version of it.
Join the revolution.
This is Assassin's Creed, isn't it? Okay. I mean, that didn't look like it was all that interesting to me, but I'm sure someone will like it. Okay, the Division, I don't care about the Division either. Probably only gonna be very few things that I would actually be looking for here, but at least it's more in-depth stuff. I think that's the one thing as well. Like, they're gonna show off Star Wars Outlaws and they're gonna show off Assassin's Creed Mirage, so that's what I'm looking forward to, seeing like what the actual gameplay looks like, so I can determine if it's what I would buy or not.
Are you hyping for a miracle? Are you hyping for a miracle?
Hey everyone, it's an honor for us to be here with you today. We're home free, and this is our song Skull and Bones.
Hang on a second, so is this gonna be a Skull and Bones like how come we're not getting any we're not getting is there gonna be a release date? So they've been showing this game for years, like, was it like 2017, 2018? This game's been on the thing like 17. Been delayed like 6 or 7 times. Pretty sure this song's been made for the game, so it should be okay, but like, I don't know who they are anyway, so I would still consider this as a And see, the game looks good, but I keep hearing bad things about it, and then it's like I keep hearing all these bad things about it, and this is what it is. So I have to I want to see what the game's coming out because I've seen something I've liked about it. So. Okay, there's a closed beta happening between August 25th and 28th, but that's still not a. That is still not a release date. That just means that there's going to be a closed beta, which I'm pretty sure there already was one because I remember there were streamers back in April of last year or something, whenever it was, talking about like playing the game and doing all this stuff. So it's like I don't know what is going on with that game. I was gonna say I better be prepared to mute here, but I think they're not going to do music here, but we'll see how it is. Okay, they're adding Rayman to the game. I mean, I don't like the rabbits at all, so that's why I haven't been buying these games. But I do not like. Actually, no, they did reveal that they were doing Rayman, so this is I guess this is the first time I'm actually gonna get it.
To the day that I did.
Thank you.
I thought I was the Crew, but again, I've never played these games either, but they never interested me either.
Ago, the Crew 2 took off. Now, each month,
millions of thrill seekers, just like you, are enjoying, playing, eager to see what's next. I am Stéphane Bellet, Creative Director of the Crew. Thanks. Hey. Today, at last, it is my pleasure to introduce the future of the Crew, Motorfest, our all new take on the action-driving genre, a celebration for car lovers to share and experience car culture fantasy on the beautiful island of Oahu in Hawaii. No matter how you enjoy cars and driving, on your own or with your crew, Motorfest has something for everyone. Motorfest, your portal to a medley of high-octane experiences. You choose how you like to have fun with your cars. This is what Motorfest playlists are all about. Playlists are truly at the heart of Motorfest. Wanna immerse yourself in the most exciting worlds of car culture? Yeah. Dive into the legacy of the world's most influential automakers. Light up the night street racing scene, Japanese style. Unleash the cutting-edge power of electric supercars. And this is just a taste. For the first time ever, we leave the US mainland behind. Our festival has landed in one of the most breathtaking and vibrant places on Earth, Oahu. Let's find out why Oahu is the perfect playground for driving fun. Race through the city street of Honolulu. Barrel up.
Makes sense to go to Hawaii though, because there's so much different stuff you can do with these stuff as well. So that makes a lot of sense.
Forests. Or cruise the dunes at sunset with your friends. Opportunities for fun and challenges are endless. A unique playground like this calls for a profusion of vehicles. Choose and customize your ride with one of the most diverse lineups ever, from past, present, and future. Recognize the latest from Lamborghini? I think so, yeah, I know. You are as thrilled as I am to get behind the wheel of this beauty. Hey, some of you have spent a lot of energy building the perfect vehicle collection in the Crew 2. In a few weeks, you will be able to import your vehicle collection into the Crew Motorfest for free. Thanks.
Dude, what's funny about this though is they're basically saying you'll be able to import the cars that you've got from previous games into this version of the game, which is the opposite of what Rockstar has apparently done. They've removed 180 cars, pre-existing cars from GTA Online and put them up behind a paywall. And unless you've already bought them, you can only get them through the paywall. And apparently they're doing this with other items as well, which just makes it absolutely insane. So it's like, again, it's just the people complain about Ubisoft. Like even I complain about Ubisoft's DLC and theme practices, the way that they do stuff in the world. But it's like at least here they're doing something that people praise Rockstar for all this a whole bunch of stuff, and it's like
enjoy the ride.
Rockstar are not perfect. And they're essentially using all this DLC microtransaction stuff now as a testing ground for what GTA 6 is going to end up happening. At least this is all in-engine. Well, sorry, this is all in-engine footage. So that means that this isn't in-game footage. It's in-engine footage. So that's a little bit different. When you play something in the engine, it's different because you've already built the game in the engine. So, like, whereas when you have to release it on something else, it's a little bit different. Okay, this is Assassin's Creed. Okay, this is the Assassin's Creed Nexus VR game. It's very interesting to see what it is. I know Ezio, Connor, and Cassandra are currently playable characters, but I don't like VR. So this is an actual gameplay. This is all pre-rendered stuff, so it doesn't count. Again, this is how it's like. How am I supposed to know what works and what doesn't? Because she should have done the Spartan kick actually. You should have jumped across the other plank and then. Also, the other thing that I think is a bit bad with this is that stuff that the Assassin's Creed characters do is actually kind of dangerous. Parkour in itself is kind of dangerous, and I can only imagine trying to do some of these like moves and land correctly because and so now on MetaQuest, whatever.
I hope you enjoyed that first look at this exciting new way to play Assassin's Creed. Coming to MetaQuest this holiday, Assassin's Creed Nexus will push the boundaries of VR and let you become the assassin. You will feel what it means to parkour, fight, and be stealthy in new memories from 3 legendary assassins. Ezio,
You have it there.
Cassandra, and Connor.
You have it there. They said legendary people for people who don't like Connor out there. Why if Connor was not so well liked, how come he's one of the 3 they've selected here?
There is more. Nexus is not the only game that will offer new ways to play Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Codename Jade is our first
this is Jade.
RPG game on mobile.
Oh, it's the
It
mobile
will take
game.
you to ancient China in a time of intrigue.
All right. Well, because it's I think I have Hex and Red on my list. Jade I didn't have only because it's on mobile.
I am glad to announce that you can register now for the upcoming beta. Here's a glimpse of what you can expect.
It should still be very good. Like they do have a lot of good some of their mobile games can be good. I just
legacy. It's honoring those that came before us, learning from their triumphs and mistakes, to illuminate and hold their stories to the light for all to see. That inheritance of knowledge helps to guide and shape our future. Now it's your turn to build on those foundations and rise to even greater heights. To step out of the shadows and
but that walking is a little bit weird there.
To make your own legacy.
I'm just not sure how you do an open world game of this grand scale on a mobile as well, because it looks very good for a mobile game. And so maybe mobiles have just come a long way. But it's not like I can. I think there's ways to stream mobile games, but the issue with that is like you can't. I don't think you can play it with like a controller or something. I have to like figure it out. So it's like I wasn't.
We've all been waiting for this moment. Assassin's Creed Mirage is a very special game. designed as an homage to the first titles of the series that many of us fell in love with. Coming October 12th, Assassin's Creed Mirage takes the franchise back to its roots. Sarah, our narrative director for the game, will come on stage to tell you more about Basim and his journey. But before that, let's watch our story trailer.
Story trailer, okay. Prepare for spoilers, but should look very nice.
What are you doing?
Don't think.
Time to put my medal on.
Fulath, tell Basim the story of the feather.
Our tradition of the feather comes from Egypt.
There you go, there's the link from Egypt.
The feathers of the heron were dipped in the blood of the tiger.
That's what happens in Origins, remember? So I explain all that.
The feathers forge our paths. Remind us of who we are. Who we can be.
The Order has held dominion over men and their...
Okay, they're using the order again, so they're using the order again from Valhalla and Odyssey.
Everything you do serves the hidden ones.
And yep, hidden ones as well. So
It is a strange kind of freedom.
again, all these references back to the originals, the open world trilogy.
You are not the first to walk the shadows broken. Pour your pain into the Brotherhood.
We are messengers of justice. And not the final judges.
He knows not what he is. Have you not wondered that's your nature?
October 12th, we already knew about that anyway, but the Lux Edition, I don't know what makes the Lux Edition, they haven't shown that yet. But I already had the down for this anyway. So maybe there's going to be DLCs, because, what was it? The Origins had 2 DLCs, Valhalla had 2 DLCs in 3 episodes, and then Valhalla has heaps of DLCs, has like full expansion, several free DLCs, and then like 2 other DLCs that aren't as big as the expansion.
From street thief to master assassin, Basim thinks he has found a sense of purpose as a hidden one, working in the dark to serve the light. But his nightmarish visions keep haunting him, leading to more questions with no answer. In Baghdad, seeking the truth comes with a price. The capital of the Abbasid Empire, one of the richest, most diverse, and most advanced cities in the world, is at a turning point of its history. Unrest is growing, seeding a revolution against corruption and arbitrary justice, an uprising that will turn the tides of history and change the lives of everyone. Childhood friends, fellow hidden ones, as well as newly formed allies and enemies will shape Basim's adventure. But his horrific visions are the face of a struggle that he can only handle alone. There is a lot to look forward to in Assassin's Creed Mirage, and the best way to make you understand our unique Back to the Roots experience is to show you the game. In the following gameplay walkthrough, we meet Basim right
okay, good. We're getting more.
of his first main target, as he reports back to.
We're getting some gameplay, like full gameplay. Nice. This is why I like these more, because like with the Xbox one, it's like Xbox Games Plus. Like this one here, it's like one company, and then they can actually expand and show more than just a trailer. Show you the I'll show you gameplay. Seeing that, oh, it says work in progress. Okay, so there's three things here. So we've got.
There you are.
Oh right, that's the notoriety meter. Okay, that's the notoriety meter. So it's like
Time to vanish.
First one I think they're looking for you. Second one is gonna be like there's arrow guys on the roofs. Third one's gonna be anyone will come into contact. So the UI looks very much the same. Still got the thing up the top. Health and armor bar. It's a clean. Where's the map though? Isn't there supposed to be a map? Isn't there supposed to be a map? Usually there's supposed to be a map on the screen somewhere, but there's not actually one. Okay, so this reminds me of they did the same thing in Origins, but it also reminds me of the original Assassin's Creed.
I am glad you are safe.
Alhamdulillah, a first of many achievements to come, Basim.
We should only hope. There's still much work to do. While our focus was on Al Ghul, Fulov quietly scouted the city for where we could erect more bureaus.
They got Al Ghul. Is it Ra's al Ghul that they're fighting?
Abid and Rebecca have arrived from Alamut and set off to Al Abyssiya and Karh. I will make my way to Sharqiya shortly.
And I will join Rebecca in Karh, where corruption is as common as the arid air. See Abu Ja'far about some things he's been working on. Then come find us.
Have a look, Basim. I may have something that is of interest to you.
Okay, these are the tools. Low darts. Looks like we've got torch. What else is there?
Resourceful as always. My thanks, Abu Ja'far.
Show nearby case. Okay, so there's different cases. There's an assassination, steal a rare mirror secured in a bathhouse. They don't kill anyone. It's a contract request. Okay, there's several rewards similar to the others. Okay, so we've got a. Is that time pass? Can we just go anywhere in the world and just time pass like we were in the previous open world games?
This is the place. What do you see, Enkidu?
Alright, we get our own.
Let us reconsider the approach.
Oh, okay. That's different. So if we send our eagle out to scouts, there are archers that can try and shoot them down. Yeah, that's a different. So we have to figure out when not to use it because they're going to be on potential guard.
Act as usual.
That guard who likes me said she and Ali's followers are trying to overthrow the prince.
What madness! They will surely fail.
That looked like it was a sleep flood. That also worked almost immediately as well. Yeah, they've got R2 as Assassinate. I think from what I remember playing, I changed it from like R2 to like Triangle or something. When I played Odyssey and that stuff, I changed the button because I didn't want R2 to be... I can always change. I think I did change some of that stuff. Alright, so I got noisemakers, which are essentially just firecrackers. Oh, there's that same that same bar is available in the bottom left-hand corner. I think it's like if you build up enough assassinations in a row or enough certain things, you can go ahead and it's like you can do a critical assassination or something like that. Okay, so now you can survey the area.
There is my target.
I heard his favorite was a spy, and that could be why we had a lockdown.
You learn your play.
Or is he just gonna jump down and? Oh, this is the, this is what the... Okay. That's what that bar is for. You can just go ahead and kill as many people as you want. So you build that up.
No more need die this day.
Trap? Guessing we throw the trap down and... So we're gonna assassinate the guy, it's gonna alert him, and then the trap's gonna go off. Is this one of the unique, it's gonna be a unique assassination? Because right, they still have that in there, which is nice. That's gonna go off. Counter kills exist, okay, so that's fine.
Come on.
Red smoke bomb, and then we get out of there and do it without taking damage, right? He doesn't seem to be running as fast as some of the others. Is that the end of the mission? I was just like, how did he get away that fast? Considering where the guards just were. There's no way he could have just done that. Okay, that looked interesting. It looked like that more back to basics things, but just they've added, because obviously there's no guns in this era. And that was nice, good to see.
Hello everyone. So first, I want to start by saying thank you to all gamers all around the world. It's thanks to you that we are here today. You are at the heart of everything we do. And to all Ubisoft teams around the world as well, I would like to say a big thank you.
Wait a second, did I just see what I thought I saw?
Your talent and
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's what it is, but
of this fantastic
when I saw it, it's like, that looked like Athena from Age of it, but I don't think
all
it is.
excited
I don't think that it
to
is.
explore the amazing
I don't know why she would be there at all.
today. At Ubisoft, we are creators of worlds. We are also proud to partner with some of the biggest names in entertainment to create original stories in beloved universes. Now, I am very happy to welcome Julian from Ubisoft Massive to give you a first look at Star Wars.
Right, so this is...
And gameplay. So thank you.
So this is what we, they said that they promised us this, they promised us this in the previous, they promised us this in the Xbox conference.
Calm down. Do you want to see gameplay or not? All right. Let's get over the...
That actually, that might be her, actually. That might actually be her.
Star Wars Outlaws.
Seeing her seeing her again, it's like, that actually might actually be her.
Across the galaxy.
So maybe she's in one of the games?
This is a time of turmoil. For Outlaws, this is a time of opportunity. As a cunning thief, Kay Vess and her companion Nyx fight for survival every single day.
relying on their skills and resourcefulness to get by. As they struggle to make ends meet, Kay and Nyx dream of the day that they will finally be free. But while seeking this freedom, Kay unexpectedly becomes one of the galaxy's most wanted. So to free herself from the bounty that follows her, Kay will need to pull off one of the greatest heists the Outer Rim has ever seen.
How's that? Oh,
As they navigate,
I guess that's why. Maybe it's like, oh, to get the bounty off of your back, steal this stuff, and then that way we can.
Ruthless villains, Kay and Nyx will manage their reputation by taking on risky contracts and navigating complex relationships, all whilst avoiding oppressive imperial rule. Kay and Nyx's journey will take them across the galaxy through stunning, varied open-world locations and the wilds of space. One of these locations is Tashara, a moon that features windswept savanna and amberine canyons. Carved into Tashara's striking landscape, the city of Miragana serves as a central hive of scum and villainy. Kay and Nyx will encounter several criminal syndicates that learn that everything is measured in the value of influence, reputation, or cold, hard credits. This presents an abundance of opportunities and dangers for a young, ambitious scoundrel like Kay. On behalf of Massive in Sweden, along with Ubisoft Annecy, Barcelona, Bucharest, Chengdu, Milan, Montpellier, Paris, Shanghai, Toronto.
There's so many different. There's so many different Ubisoft places. I think this is also another problem, where it's like when you have so many different teams working on the one game, every team is going to have a certain job, and then every team might have a different way of doing so because it's just too. Maybe that's an issue. Maybe they should reduce the amount of teams down. That way they can make something more clear.
If you're willing to take the risk, the galaxy is full of opportunity. Thank you.
Right, let's see what their. I want to see what the gameplay was like before I decided whether I would want this or not. Guarantee this is going to get flagged down for copyright because of the certain Star Wars music being used, but like, what can you do? It's also hard to know because some tracks don't get flagged down.
Good boy.
I want that fighter stripped for parts by tomorrow. On it.
Okay,
Right,
here's our game.
Let's go get paid. That worked.
He's the boss because he knows how to handle the Empire.
We cannot trust those officers. They take our credits now, but what stops them from stabbing us in the back?
Nyx.
Oh, okay, so you can send out your companion to press start to attack people, to...
Nice one. Hang on tight, little buddy.
Ah, okay, so there's a...
I was just leaving. Okay,
Okay, we'll figure
Alright,
this
let's see what the actual gameplay is like. She was just some was stealth. Obviously now we have
Shield.
okay. You can swap between different blasters. Well,
Hey, Nick. Catch. This is getting bad. Let's try this out.
oh, okay. So you can actually send your you can send your partner out next to grab stuff. One thing that annoys me with Star Wars games, though, is
I think that went pretty well.
well,
right?
it's a good and a bad thing because when it comes to say the ammo for the weapons, none of the weapons have ammo. They overheat, so because the weapons don't have ammo, it's good because you don't have to worry about losing it. But it also means that the enemy's firing constantly usually. So far, it looks good. I'm seeing. So this is like, I guess, an animated thing where it shoots everything at itself.
That was close. ND5, I got the package. Where are you?
Again, I'm noticing that in a few of these games, they're not showing off any of the map, probably because they maybe want to preserve it from being.
Well, they'll probably forgive me.
Comforting.
There's Jauntus Hope. We made it, Nix.
This looks very similar to, say, like Fallen Order, except instead of focusing on being a Jedi, we're doing more. I think this is probably going to appeal to me more than that, only because shooting games and stuff are a little bit easier.
A broker, not a friend. She can't be trusted.
Who can out here? See you back at the ship.
Round 2 and I still like my odds. K-Vess. Back already. I told you she's fresh, but she's good.
Who's this?
Just a friend.
Oh, she looks like she's an Imperial.
Said Dunka.
You lived. Hey, these aren't toys. They're investments.
Wait. We haven't met. Don't really know many of you.
Stealing illegal contraband, running with syndicates. I could say you're a threat to the Empire. But I won't have to, if you're smart.
Oh, okay. So,
Thanks.
there's a morality system, I guess.
Myself out of trouble.
You pay the tax just like everyone else.
Whoa, kid, let's just relax.
You won't make it off to Shara alive.
Maybe.
Okay, so it's like morality system, I guess. Yeah. We could have paid a bribe. Yeah, so already like immediately we.
That Imperial announcement wouldn't be about you, would it?
Could be.
I told you not to trust her.
Not the first time we've outrun the Empire.
Okay, so there's a workbench very similar to.
Yeah, no kidding.
Very similar to Jedi games. Hopefully it's more than just customization though, because that was something that I was disappointed in with Fallen Order. Just trying to figure out, is this gameplay or is it a cutscene? Because I guess it just takes time to get into space.
On the sensors yet.
I guess we're gonna have to see some space combat now.
TIE fighters on us.
Got one.
I feel inclined to remind you that we should shake the Empire quickly.
Thanks, I'm working on it. ND, get us out of here.
Installing hyperdrive.
Let's jump. We made it.
Okay, that was one quest that we had to complete. Although it wasn't started the mission necessarily.
Hey. Got your new toy.
So, where do we go next?
Anywhere we want.
The way the trees were blowing, that you don't really see too much focus on something like that. And that looked really cool. Okay, it didn't show enough of the open world to be able to see like how vast the actual world is. But if we're on missions and stuff, it's like I could see this being very good. 2024. There's no release date yet. I think that's the end of near the end, I'm guessing. I don't think it's it yet. We'll wait till it like the end. There could be some something on afterwards. But people are starting to leave, which is weird as to why they. That is her. That is her. So the one on the right, with the pink tints in her hair, she's a wrestler for she's a wrestler for AEW and Ring of Honor. That definitely is her. That definitely is her. So I'm wondering why she was there right in the front row. Either she's covering the event or she's in one, essentially going to be in one of the games. Definitely is her now that I saw. I think that's it. They might do like a recap of everything that they're doing now, I believe. Still advertising Skull and Bones with no release date, just the closed beta. Oh, okay, this is the post-show. Well, wait, there's a post-show as well? Actually, I don't know how much of this there is.
Hi, my name is Umberly Gonzalez, and I play Kay-Vess in Star Wars.
I don't know how much of this there is.
Kay-Vess is a thief. She's a scoundrel. She's really good at sneaking around. You know, she's charming and she'll like talk to you, but she's
Considering they just said that it's like
perfect at it.
But this is here.
She always seems to get away with it.
Kay really finds herself in a bit of a jam. You know, she's got a...
So Star Wars Outlaws gameplay walkthrough breakdown. Okay, so
That's when she starts to really realize...
I don't know how much of this... Actually, I want to check something just for a second.
World business. I kind of like this.
How much of this time is there?
She's trying to thrive.
Check.
She has to.
Yeah, there's still like...
Nobody else will save her unless it's her.
Yeah, I'm sure we still have some time
She
to...
has is her companion Nyx. They're not even human, but that is the closest thing she has to feeling a part of something in the world.
I also think that Nyx, in a lot of ways, is kind of an extension.
When I saw the,
gameplay sense or a story sense, you know, in gameplay, she allows Kay to do things she.
Because I know,
and in the story,
the Ubisoft Forward I saw didn't have a. They had a pre-show, it had the main show, and then I didn't know I had a post-show. It's like I'll consider this as part of the stream. I'll upload this too.
I love that relationship.
Only because usually when I've seen post shows. When I've seen post-show content, it's usually just people reacting to the trailers and talking about them, not necessarily the actual people in the games. Here it actually is relating to that stuff, so I'll stick around for this, and we'll upload this too.
For syndicates and criminal organizations to rise up in that space.
And I know for the Capcom show, there was a
syndicate that
for the Capcom show there was a pre-show and a post-show. But I think all those was just people talking. It wasn't actual content. It wasn't actual content.
And die by your reputation.
So I guess we'll have. I'm pretty sure the post-game for Capcom's was just
so
people talking.
Fearless. You'll see her just go for it, and there's no stopping her. Even when there's danger involved, even when there's fear underneath it, she'll never let you see it. Not really.
For a scoundrel story, you know, you really have to ask yourself, when is enough enough? How far is Kay willing to go to land that big score? And those are questions she's going to tackle through the whole story. We worked with Lucasfilm.
The weird thing is that of the two streams that I saw, one of them had a pre-show and the main show. The other one had the main show and the post-show, so it's like neither of them had both. But I'm pretty sure that the pre-show for Capcom was just it was like an art thing, and then it was like in between stuff. So that's how I didn't do that. And then the post-show I think was just a gameplay thing with Ghost Trick. And a couple other things, which I don't think needs to be.
Franchise of our lifetime. The themes, like everything, has just been a part of our world, and for me,
then we'll go through all my thoughts of
I know that
what
people
I've seen.
love this game, not just for how amazing the gameplay is, but like the story itself. To see a young girl become a woman and become an outlaw.
What? Are you worried?
No.
Umberly's energy, her humor, her wit. All of that really has kind of helped us.
Because technically, the that Xbox thing with Starfield Direct, that was Starfield.
Action, high stakes.
That was a Starfield Direct, but
to shift into really intimate, really personal.
This one here is a little bit different though, because
make you connect to Kay.
Getting to bring my own.
I'm pretty sure like the post show for the Capcom one is just people talking.
Charm and wit. It's
and,
really fun. It makes her very
nothing else.
Even though she's a very tough person.
You won't make it off to Shara alive.
Maybe.
And yeah,
I think the pre-show I know it was someone drawing and there was like interspace between stuff, so I didn't. One of them had I downloaded only one. One of them.
This to life. And
One of them I couldn't download, so I just
honestly, to be a
downloaded this.
part of this world, it's definitely a dream come true.
We'll see what it is when we get to it, but I'm
doing
pretty
it,
certain it's
so
just
literally like about to
people
pop into a
talking.
scene right now. So it's all just exciting, and I feel now I'm really locked into the character. The team is amazing.
Okay, I like that they've got that. I like that.
And I'm happy that they found me.
That has to be so hard to be acting against nothing. Although that person who's controlling the puppet has to.
Developers and cast members at Comic-Con International this July in San Diego.
Hello and welcome to the Star Wars Outlaws official gameplay walkthrough breakdown. I'm Chastity Vicencio with Ubisoft News, and I'm joined by narrative director Naveed,
Okay, so this is
creative director Julian Garrity, and
because I think the only issue that I had with like when they do pre-shows and post-shows for stuff, usually it depends on who's uploading it. It's not from the company. This one's from the company, so
here we go.
This is a little bit different.
This is our first ever introduction to Nyx.
Nyx is a Merkal, a rare and exotic creature whose home planet still remains a mystery. He's got a very curious personality, as you can see here. He can be a bit stubborn, but he has an incredibly strong bond with Kay and always follows her lead. She's grown up with Nyx for most of her life. He's not just a pet, he's family.
Good boy.
And here we have Kay. First introduction to a brand new scoundrel in this galaxy.
Kay is a young thief who's found herself on the moon of Tashara, which is a hive of underworld activity. She's picked up a high-risk job to steal a priceless, sort of mollusk-like object from a lieutenant of the Pike Syndicate. Once she's grabbed it, with the help of Nyx, she's going to turn it in and earn some much-needed credits.
So Pikes are one of the syndicates that we'll be tangling with in Star Wars Outlaws. And the Pikes here are borrowing without permission some vehicles from the Empire.
Yeah, I'll figure it out when I get to the thing. So what I'll probably do is
hit that button.
Nyx is.
That's not. I'll worry about it once we get to the post-show of Capcoms. Before I discuss what we do, but this is essentially a replay of the gameplay walkthrough, except with actual developer stuff in it. So.
Distract guards. He can
consider part of Ubisoft's post-show, so I guess I'll consider it as part of
he can
the
help you
presentation.
discover secrets as well.
With the problem with the GameStop and like the IGN coverage of these is that they have a pre thing and a post thing where it's like it's just like an hour and a half of just nothing, or it's just people talking that aren't even related to the. It's just their opinions.
I was just leaving.
It's not anything to do with this.
So when we meet Kay in the beginning of the game, she knows her way around the blaster. It's not necessarily her first option or primary tool to solve a problem or a situation. However, as we progress through the game and its many ever more dangerous situations, both Kay and the blaster itself will evolve and improve. And you will soon find it to be a central and very versatile tool for more than just directly taking out enemies.
Okay, we'll figure this out.
Kay's blaster is very meaningful to her. This blaster has a lot of modules that you can discover, upgrade, and apply to the blaster that allow you to deal with situations in radically different ways.
Hey, Nick!
So here I think we have a very good example of the type of role Nyx can play, even in something like a full-on firefight, where that enemy that we took down dropped the gun that he was just about to shoot you with. Nyx can, slink down and retrieve that weapon for you.
Let's try this out.
I mean, this is only like one mission of one thing, and like
best solution is just to get out of there.
If more games could get like what they did for, say,
kicked off this project,
Starfield, where it was like a complete breakdown of everything, then I think something should be. The only issue is that there's always going to be problems.
One of the things we were passionate about
is
bringing something to the galaxy of Star Wars. And one of the biggest things was this moon, Tashara. And Tashara, we developed, working very closely with Lucasfilm, everything from its vegetation to the wildlife to its deep, rich culture.
Also, another thing is that I
All of the
think
activities that
some
we
of
can
this will
discover
show off
during
things
the
that we haven't
story,
actually
and
seen
even
yet.
more.
At least for maybe some other games.
One of the key pillars for both Kay the character and for the core gameplay in general in Star Wars Outlaws is what we call a resourceful underdog. Kay is a capable and daring person, and we reflect that in gameplay with you having access to a wide range of actions and abilities, ever growing of course as you play through the game, ranging from stealth to full-on firefights. So as we saw here, shooting from, driving your speeder full speed ahead under fire from enemies. We said if we can make the player think like, "Huh, I can't believe I made it," when they just play through something, it's a success.
Kay's reputation with the syndicates will play a big role in how she.
Oh, I just saw that there as well. This is another thing as well. It's like because they're able to pause the game and actually tell us. It's like you can see at the top left there. They got like
if a job she
different
takes
reputations.
Syndicate, those opportunities aren't available.
That's gonna
So
play
choices
into things.
Play into how she experiences her journey.
There's Jonta's Hope.
This is Jonta's Hope. Jonta's Hope is one of the settlements that we have in the game. So this is a tiny outcrop, an oasis of civilization in these windswept plains. And it usually contains a drinking hole, cantina, and these are hubs of activity too. So we very much enjoyed developing how it would look and feel and what sort of vibe that cantina would have.
But this is just one of many settlements and cities that Kay will discover across the galaxy. And that includes the capital of Miragana, a city on Tashara filled with corruption and underworld activity.
No.
Okay.
Andy 5 is a BX commando built by the Separatists and battle-hardened during the Clone Wars. Nowadays, though, he serves as kind of an enforcer droid in the underworld. He's partnered with Kay as they attempt to pull off a big, high-risk job. It's the opportunity of a lifetime.
Not a friend. She can't be trusted.
Who can out here? See you back at the ship.
So various jobs and favors for the different characters and factions you encounter. They play an important role in everything from learning new things, actually unlocking equipment and abilities, to managing your precious reputation in the underworld, which is the key to some of the most lucrative opportunities out there. Important note though, something that's key to the fantasy free scoundrel lifestyle is that you're never in servitude. You're making your
I think
own
that's what I did
choices,
last time,
carving
actually.
your own
Yeah,
path
because
through
with
this world, making a name for yourself.
Job was more complicated than you said, Dunka.
You lived.
Supposed to go and give like my thoughts about the games, but I guess I'll do it here. I think it was because it went straight into this.
Crucial to creating a reputation.
I should have probably like.
And then
I can do that at the end of this.
Those syndicates through those choices is
What I was supposed to do is I was supposed to
rewards, whether it's for
before I started watching this, I was supposed to
so nothing
give my thoughts about this, but I guess this is related to it. Maybe it's
the choices she makes when taking on jobs.
Even though I technically said that this was the post show, and I put it in the reaction timestamps, I put it in as the thing I probably should
lie about how the job went down.
Done it after the thing, because now the issue that I have is. Now the issue that I have is that if people were looking for my final thoughts of the forward, they'd have to wait until after I finished reading this. Whereas I should have done it before we started watching this.
Change, challenge, increase your reputation with certain
Doesn't matter too much because I can just
decrease it, gain an advantage.
I can probably just
perspective on the
so
story too.
actually no, I can.
So
that's actually fine. I could
and giving the player
instead of putting final thoughts on
trajectory.
At the end of this, I can put my final thoughts on at the end of.
The game takes place in the original trilogy era, so the Empire is at the height.
Because if everything here is different, then that means that it's
somewhere in the
see how it goes.
Ever watchful.
But
I think that's what I'll do. What I'll do is I'll link on the fourth section that I do after this, and I'll put the timestamp on
particularly Tashara. Even
the previous era, so you made a
the
mistake.
local governors and officers lean into corruption.
Just in case, like, people don't want to watch the post-show stuff.
That benefit them.
So this is the wanted system, and the wanted system is something that's gonna be ever present within the game. If you are caught or challenge the Empire, you're going to start to get wanted. And if you continue, you persist, and you do even more actions, that wanted level's just going to go up. At the highest levels, the Empire will throw a huge amount of resistance and forces in your way. So that's something that you can play around with, but you're best off trying to avoid as much as possible.
Very important for us in this experience is that there will always be some way for you to de-escalate or escape.
Oh, this is the Trailblazer. Now, if there's one dream that a lot of game developers have, it's to help design a spaceship for Star Wars. And this is our take on that, the Trailblazer.
The Trailblazer is an EML 850 light freighter from the Republic era, but to Kay, this is home. And if you're a scoundrel traveling throughout the galaxy, the first thing you need is a ship. And for Kay, there's none better than the Trailblazer.
So now we're in space. And, you know, one of the things that was very precious to us is having this seamless experience of going on foot to your speeder, to your spaceship, out of the atmosphere and into space. And space is a dangerous place, but it's a place full of opportunities too. So we'll be using it for combat, both on an intimate dogfighting level, an epic level with bigger ships, but also for discovery, exploration, and special surprises.
Let's jump.
It's important to hit those classic, iconic notes of Star Wars to remind players of the era that they're playing in, and the fact that the galaxy is something that is wide, diverse, but iconic at the same time. One of the things that is important for us is that every planet that you will visit in this adventure has a distinct profile, not just a very bespoke story, but also wildlife, an ecosystem, and situations that really radically change from location to location. And space is just another part of that. So we're trying to develop distinct profiles for every single orbital region.
We knew from the start when we sat down thinking about this game that we wanted to offer that full seamless experience. You know, sitting in a cantina, in a city on a planet surface, jumping on your own speeder, driving to your own ship, and as we just saw, seamlessly flying into space is something that we are incredibly pleased and happy and excited that we're able to actually offer.
We really enjoyed making this, and we can't wait for you to experience a new Star Wars adventure.
This might be the, this might actually show off some more of the same stuff.
We really want to bring an action platformer and to respect from the beginning the DNA of this brand.
Of course, this new entry could be super modern, super fresh. And I think this is the reunion of those two things. Our expertise in platforming games and our strong desire to be sure that this is a true Prince of Persia game.
Combat system, acrobatic, puzzle, narration. So we knew that because of our experience on Rayman, that we can bring such kind of experience in 2D, but the core experience is a Prince of Persia game.
Sargon is a brand new character in Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. He's the youngest of the Immortals. The Immortals are an elite warrior team. They fought and won many battles.
Yeah, I don't remember them showing a whole lot of this stuff. So yeah, maybe it was a good idea to watch this actually.
The prince is the one we have to rescue. That's one of the different surprises that you will encounter in The Lost Crown. The Mount Caf, which is the place where the adventure takes place, there's a curse. Time seems to be mixed up, doesn't follow anymore its natural flow. The story that one character will live will be different in terms of timeline than the story of his friend. So sometimes the consequences and the causes are mixed up.
How is that possible? They left not long before us.
The starting point was
to immerse ourselves in the Persian culture and legacy, which is so rich. When you learn, you have a strong emotion, you are amazed. You want to translate that feeling to the players, a feeling of exploring something new. And we get our inspiration from real places, like palace or temple, and even some natural landscape, like the Iranian forest, which is a real forest.
It was really fresh to have a forest in the franchise of Prince of Persia. I think it will surprise the players. And we have also living elements like platforms that ask you to shoot to activate it. We think that for Prince of Persia it's very important to have demanding platforming. We have level designers are very expert of platforming because they worked on Rayman and things like that. And
that's actually really helpful. Then Rayman is really good.
You have to
how they
shoot
did
to
there.
reveal platform. When you create this kind of gameplay,
Surprised
you have
more.
a
Should
lot
they
of
have
ideas
access to Rayman?
to
Don't
understand that you could do
Yeah,
navigation puzzle,
they do have
very
access to Rayman.
tricky platforming.
Also, they have
You
some
can
ex-
use
they
it
have
in
experience
combat. If you
with.
have enemies on it, you just have to
They've got
shoot them
experience
and let
with.
the enemy fall in the spikes, things like that.
They've
I
got
think
experience
strength of our
with
game is
completing
that
the
you have characters that is really easy
Assassin's
to
Creed
handle.
Chronicles
You can
games and
easily
Rayman,
mix
so it's like
combat and platforming.
I like to compare everything that is tied to platforming and combat to a music partition. I see a half and quarter and whole everywhere. And that was something that we use a lot for the platforming and combat. You know, the sense of rhythm. Freedom and creativity was the term that were defining the combat system. Everything is tied to a Sargon personality. He's like inventing his own movement. So it was really important to have the same approach between the way he's moving and the way the player can execute their combos.
So back in the days, Sand of Time had pushed the boundary standards with a nice and smooth animation. So of course for the Last Crown, we are aiming the highest animation quality as possible. And the goal is to have a really smooth, challenging and responsive gameplay. All the gameplay animation is based on keyframe. Keyframe animation is the way to animate without motion capture. You create everything actually. You just take the puppets, design the line of action, the nice shape of the character and bring it to life. This allows us to masterize the timing and make it more cartoony. If you ask for two actors to grab one by the head and launch it, it's not just possible. So you can create everything with keyframe.
It's really important for us to make sure that this game is modern and respect players' cleverness and autonomy. To be sure that our players feel free to decide what is their next objective, because this is a genre where you are in isolation. This is a feel that you had in the first Prince of Persia.
So it's very important to always give information to players. Sometimes it's
Gonna be interesting to see how similar it is to the Chronicle games.
Sometimes
those were fun to play, but because of this assassin base, it's a little different. This one here is all action and
What
puzzles.
we have developed is a lot of things: a new lore, new characters, a new combat system, a new art direction, a new narration. So it's something very important to say that this team has made a wonderful job on still working hard to bring the top quality.
I think the other reason why
Very important to talk about them.
there was a pre-show for there was a pre-show for the Capcom one. But I think when I looked through the pre-show, it was stuff that was already out, whereas with this pre-show, it was stuff that was
I'm Jean-Luc Salah.
it was stuff that was actually related to.
Hi there, I'm Stéphane Boudon, Creative Director on Assassin's Creed Mirage, and today we are going to walk you through our most recent trailer.
Welcome to Baghdad. This is our first glimpse of this vibrant city. We are in the 9th century Middle Ages, and as you can see, it's a dusty and sunny city as expected. But it's also a garden city with a lot of flowers and palm trees.
So Basim is heading back to the bureau. In the way, he stumbled on a specific target he has to kill, so he will take this opportunity to make the assassination, but he will quickly get into trouble.
Yeah, and as we can see, we can already distinguish our first regular enemies, which are the Caliphal Guard, the guys in red. You're gonna
I just like how that's their actual name. Their actual name is the Colorful God, and it sounds like Colorful God. But I'm pretty sure that's the actual.
Really, one of the ways players have to get out tight situation like that.
This is a water city. It's unexpected. Many people think it's just dust and sand.
Yes, but can you swim?
Corner swings,
It's
good old vibes.
I remember that was like one of the things with the original Assassin's Creed games that your character could not swim. And because this is now obviously I know that in all the other games like they can, so I'm assuming because
if you don't blink, you can see there is an Assassin's Crest just here. Carpets are part of the world of Mirage. This specific carpet with the Assassin's Crest on it means you are very, very close with secret entrance to an Assassin's Bureau.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
So in this scene, Basim is coming back from his first assignment for killing one of the main targets of the game.
Alhamdulillah, a first of many achievements to come, Basim.
Here we meet Abu Jafar. This is one of the historical characters we're going to meet in Assassin's Creed Mirage. He's a genius. He's very important. He's going to provide you good tools.
There's still much work to do. While our focus was on Al Ghul, Fulov quietly scouted the city for where we could erect more bureaus.
I have found dwellings in 3 districts that are most unassuming. Abid and Rebecca have arrived from Alamut and set off to Al Abyssiya and Karkh. I will make my way to Sharqiya shortly.
And I will join Rebecca in Karkh, where corruption is as
she is the one who's voicing Rashawn. They showed her at the reveal trailer, I think it was, and she's a fairly famous actress from a bunch of movies and stuff. That's why her voice sounds so familiar.
Have a look, Basim. I may have something that is of interest to you.
When I heard her, though, the first thing that I thought of was Frieza from the Ocean Dub of Dragon Ball Z.
Each time you climb a rank by fulfilling
I should know the Ocean Dub, the Ocean Dub, yeah, it was the Ocean Dub.
Your tool can be upgraded as well through a skill tree where you will be able to choose the behavior of your tools to match your playstyle. For instance, you can decide to make the projectile of your blow dart damage your enemies, put them to sleep, or turn them berserk. The contract board is where are gathered all the side faction assignments. Each of them has a specific contractor request also, you might recall from a past game, and you can try to fulfill them to gain more rewards. You can find materials for your tools and your gear, but you can find also a specific token that will help you to open new opportunities inside the mission of Basim.
The lighting in Baghdad was the first thing we set up with the artistic team. We wanted to have it right, not to use too much filters and have a kind of natural beauty of the lighting, which is really giving some gorgeous point of views on the city itself at every time of day. So here you can have a glimpse of that.
What do you see, Enkidu?
From a personal perspective, I grew up in this place of the world, and it was really the first thing I want us to be good at was the lighting, to give me the feeling to be back here, and I think we achieved that.
So Eagle Vision is very iconic in Assassin's Creed, but for us it was also a necessary tool to bring back the stealth, moment-to-moment gameplay. So you will more rely on your Eagle Vision when it's come to do infiltration, look out for guards, or check their vision cones, and those vision cones are new to Assassin's Creed Mirage. Social stealth is back, you can use it organically, or you can bribe also merchants group to create a patrol blending opportunity to infiltrate specific areas. When we crafted Mirage, we wanted to be able to change tools quickly to face any situation. That's why we created this wheel, very reactive, very immersive, and that will slow down time to let you react.
here is the marksman above the tower, and it's why we cannot use Enkidu, so we will need to get rid of him.
Basim used a noisemaker to distract the first guard, but the noisemaker is very noisy and can attract multiple NPC in a given radius. So Basim here quickly reacts with one of his skill letting him the opportunity to use a knife to do a double assassination and avoid very efficiently to spread the alert.
And now it's time to take down the pesky marksman and to enjoy again the use of our eagle and Kidu, and to enjoy also the view. We are actually above the Prince Palace, close to the Tigris River, and we are not just here to enjoy the scenery, but we have a target to find. And here it is.
This was interesting though, because I remember it was, I think Arkham Origins introduced it. If you're in a hiding area, you have a built-up
it's really a showcase of Basim incredible
the takedown thing for his ability. You can do like up to 5 takedowns all in a row, and
from stealth skills to fill up his assassin focus gauge.
Whatever it is, I think it was something like that.
Here we can see Basim planning his assassination, but just before striking, he will land a trap.
When I saw this here, it was like, it must be for specific targets they do that for.
Here comes the ND red smoke bomb. I love the color. That's my favorite too.
Okay, so you get the completion of the you get the completion of that thing by you get the completion of that objective
That's the end of
once
our
the assassination
walkthrough. We hope you learned something new, and we cannot wait for you to play Assassin's Creed Mirage when it comes out in October 12th.
I think that's the end of it. Yeah, that's the end of the something else on here. So let me just back to full screen again. Game because I forgot to do it beforehand. But okay, I'm not as in depth as the previous Ubisoft Forward was. Because that other Ubisoft Forward had so much stuff for Assassin's Creed to announce. Here it only had Mirage and the Jade one, the one that's set in China. I don't think it was as good as the previous Ubisoft Forward, only because there wasn't a lot here. I liked what I saw from the Star Wars Outlaws game when they actually showed nothing that stuff that wasn't gameplay, that wasn't just cutscene based. So I'm interested to see how that works with the. Starting off a bit of stealth gameplay, a bit of actual combat. I think the combat's going to be probably better than Jedi Fallen Order, only because I don't know, guns and that seems like it's more better to go on thing. But also, Prince of Persia, they showed a lot more for that. Like we got more. One thing I was disappointed with the Prince of Persia stuff that they showed here was they kept intercutting between him and the gameplay, and I wanted to see more of the gameplay. But then at least they had a developer thing afterwards, where they actually went through and showed stuff that they did afterwards. That's where I think that works. And it looks like it's gonna be really fast paced and really good because I like the Chronicles Assassin's Creed games, but the issue with those is that they were very easy to make mistakes. And here, it's like, because it's action-based and enemies aren't, you're not trying to stealth through, it's puzzles plus action plus a bunch of other stuff as well. we'll see how that goes. I'm looking forward to seeing it. And finally, Assassin's Creed Mirage, which we didn't see anything different there from the previous thing to the other one, but cutscenes are looking good. The cutscenes are looking good. The new gameplay mechanics that they have are looking thing as well. I like the way that they did the assassination stuff with slow motion. The multi-assassination attempts. They haven't explained necessarily how that works because the way that they did it in Arkham Origins is like you would have like fear takedowns. You do like 5 in a row. The way that they did it in the Assassin's Creed games with fear takedowns was essentially like you would go to the area, you do one, and then you follow up with the next one. You follow up with the next one, and like the way Batman Arkham Origins does it is you would follow it up with the next. It would be like in slow motion, slowly moving. You can choose which targets you want to go for. Here, I don't know how they're going to explain how Basim is essentially teleporting from one area to another because they didn't really explain that very well. I like what they did with the thing. It's carrying on a lot of stuff that they did with the previous games, but they're still maintaining what made the original games good. So, again, we didn't see a map. We didn't get to see how big the map was. That's one thing that I'm curious about because if it sounds like they're heading back towards old school way of making the games like they did with the originals. However, they're trying to keep elements from the open world one. So, again, if you played Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain, for example, a lot of the criticisms for that were that in confined spaces the game's very good at with the stealth mechanic, but because it's an open world game and you're traversing around a lot with traveling and all that stuff like that, it's very hard to make it be as thing, I guess. So that's probably one problem that could occur from this. But I guess we'll have to see how it goes and see what's in store. I think that's about it. I don't really know if there's anything else I would cover with Mirage, because that comes out in October, obviously. We'll see how it goes, and we'll see how what else we can do. So I'm trying to think now, because I finished Valhalla. Finished Valhalla's story and the platinum for it. I don't know if the DLCs relate to this. If anything from the DLCs relates to these games, because I don't feel like it does, because I didn't play the DLCs for the expansions. I think it's only going to relate to mainline stuff. So maybe I don't need to play the DLCs to play Mirage, but I guess we'll figure it out when we get to that point. Because I don't even know how long that's going to be. So we'll go into the next one now. So the next one is the Capcom Showcase, which I think is much shorter than the other two. Because the first one was like 2 hours, the second one was close to 2 hours. And Capcom's is like 40 minutes, and then it's like got a pre-show that I might not watch. So let's let up the next one.
The easiest place to learn Street Fighter 6.
So I wasn't going to watch. I wasn't going to watch like the.
Or even an ability to create your own fighter down to the move.
Experiences of all time.
Over here, stranger.
Even during that first play.
This is
of the stages and the easy.
Just countdown for something. It's not actually.
Accomplishing this run is no small task.
I didn't even check this personally. Like.
With that, I mean.
Yeah, because okay, so you got the post. I'm just checking this first of all.
Creator over on.
So there is a post show.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Capcom Showcase post show.
Yeah, so
I'm Andy. I'm on the community team at.
I guess I would watch the rest of this then. Right now. Still not sure.
Easiest place to learn Street Fighter 6, either in modern or classic styles, is in.
Because the thing is like I'm looking at this now, and it's like this is just a countdown from.
This is where you'll find familiar modes.
Runtime at the end, and
What is this for? Hang on a second.
Cat ears. There's. And you're all set to put the game down and move on to something else. But wait, there's this.
I'm pretty sure this is like, yeah, this doesn't look like content. This is like someone else's content.
You are.
And this is real mode.
To kill lots and lots of.
It doesn't even say. The thing is that it doesn't even say. This doesn't even say that it's the pre-show. It just says that there's a countdown, so I'm gonna skip this just in case it's not content that I can.
Really like.
So maybe we'll start. Start from the pre-show then, and we'll see if it is. Because there might be something on the pre-show. Start from here. How much time did that say it was? I have about. It's like an hour.
Welcome to the Capcom Showcase pre-show.
Oh,
I'm Andy,
okay, so I.
from the Capcom USA community team. Before we get to the main show, which I'm really excited about, hopefully you guys are too, we have a pre-show plan for you.
Yeah, we got some pretty cool stuff. We're going to be doing an interview with one of our developers over at Capcom Japan. We're going to be talking to one of our voice talents who worked on Street Fighter 6.
Should be fine.
To get things started, we're going to be highlighting a Capcom creator who's done some pretty cool Street Fighter 6 art in the past, so we're really excited about that. So let's go ahead and get that started.
Yeah, I think the problem that I'm having is that what do I do? Like with the post-game thing, it was fine, but with like they had a whole, but there was a whole bunch of stuff there that was playing prior to the showcase going on, but that was not. When I looked through that quickly, like that looked like actual people's videos. So it's like I'm not gonna play other content on there just in case.
So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back, fast track, big lap, big facts.
Well, I thought that this didn't have the pre-show on the poster on it, but I guess it does. Because the thing with the pre-show of the Ubisoft Forward was that they actually did have some stuff in here, but this one here at least has something there that we can show. It's fine, like I can I've still got enough time. I thought that the video that I had originally wasn't correct, but it's like this one actually, because I had a look at the thing and I was like, I can't remember who made this. I think it was. Wait a second. Yeah. This was the GameStop. Was this the GameStop one? I think it was the GameStop one. No, it just says Capcom Showcase Livestream Summer 2023. Yeah, so I can't remember who I downloaded this off of. If this was off of, like, GameSpot, then that means all that content that was, like, an hour before this thing was probably GameSpot's own content, which I wouldn't want to stream, because that's their own, like, that's, like, me. Yeah, so, whereas this is the actual, like, Capcom, like, it's Capcom's pre-show, it's Capcom's post-show, it's Capcom's main conference, so that's where I would cover all that there. Whereas, like, I think IGN, when they have, like, I'm pretty sure I was on the internet and I saw a live stream for this, and it was, like, 4 hours long. Like, 4 hours long, and the first hour and a half of it wasn't even the actual conference. So, I guess we'll just see how it goes. I'm not really sure. This is going to be a longer video than I was expecting, but, it's fine. Still trying to figure out what was going on. Pretty cool looking art though. Yeah, so I made a mistake, I guess. So we watched the Starfield thing, that was fine. Then we watched the other. Ubisoft had a pre-show and Ubisoft had a post-show, but at least with the post-show it had stuff on everything. But here it's like, there was, before even the pre-show started, there was like an hour's worth of content that wasn't, when I looked through it quickly, it was like someone breaking down Street Fighter 6, which sounds like it was a review, so that's the thing. And then it looked like someone breaking down like the VR mode and doing playthrough. I don't know what they were doing. Like, I think it was like GameSpot's content, which at that point it's like, well, it's not what we're looking for. I'm not streaming. I don't want to be streaming. I don't want to stream that. just because it's not my it's someone else's content.
Clev is so talented. Clev, if you're watching, thank you so much for doing that time lapse for us.
Yeah, it's just really cool how the art really tells a story, right? You've got Kimberly, but then all the legacy characters from Street Fighter. It's just so cool to see. And if you really like that artwork, we are going to post that on our social media channels, so please take a look at that after the show.
And now we have an interview with the voice of Luke from Street Fighter 6, Aleks Le. Alex, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm happy to be here.
Before we get into talking about Luke, how did you get into voice acting?
I think it was one summer day. I was eating a bowl of noodles, and I thought to myself, voice acting is cool. Maybe I'll try that. That's it.
That's it. Just the noodles.
That's it. That's where it went. Yeah.
Did the noodles also get you to the role of Luke?
Yeah. I showed up to the studio and I went, and they said, "That's the guy."
But no, seriously, how did you get the role of Luke, and how did you approach that whole performance?
When we got the character slides and everything, I read through his description, his likes.
It's like, yeah,
it's
with the post show it makes sense.
Pretty much that role was just me trying to put myself.
The main conference is like I think 40 minutes long.
It was actually one of the first roles where I got to play somebody that was just like me.
Luke's had a pretty interesting journey.
It's like the main conference is like 40 minutes long. And then like there was like an hour before this where it was just like before the Capcom Showcase starts. It's like, okay, we want to start it right at the showcase. And I looked at the other content that was prior to that. And someone was doing a breakdown of like their first playthrough for, and it's like that's definitely not like actual content that Capcom would be uploading.
So for 6, we definitely kind of like mellowed down.
So I think it might have been the game. Might have been I can't remember which one I downloaded.
Up all those time. He's like, I'm gonna lay back a little bit and figure out how to train myself and actually hone my fighting style. I think it's been a really interesting journey to see not only how his characters have like evolved, but also the reception of that change as well.
This is the first Street Fighter game that was recorded in English first, right? And you were one of the.
Oh, that's interesting. I did not realize that.
What was the experience?
The first of the Street Fighter games that have an English recording before the other ones. That's interesting.
To do this because in 5 is a dub, so we have to match the timing of the Japanese voice line. We have to match the cadence, the tone, and the animation. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot.
So I wonder if that's going to be a challenge for the Japanese voice actors or not.
6, it was a lot more loose. It was more flow, and for the first
that's
time, we got that sweet mouth tech where you can say anything and the characters would, automatically lip sync.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that was really cool.
That works.
And I just had a lot more time, a lot more freedom to deliver lines how I wanted to do it. And also, again, because we were creating this character in the US, I got to put a lot of my ideas in there as well. So that was a much different process than 5.
So speaking of you putting yourself into Luke and everything, I see online, we all see online.
Yes.
Your advocacy for Luke, the memes, everything, how much you love him. Where does that come from, and what's that whole experience like?
I never thought this day would come where I would get to be in a Street Fighter game. For me,
I think what I'm doing is okay. First hour was just other videos. Because when I saw the YouTube creator talking about like the Resident Evil game in the way, it's like that's definitely not what Capcom's doing. So I'll just go ahead and just watch the.
I visited the Capcom Japan,
and they showed that there was like a pre-show there. It's like there's a chance that there's going to be some of the pre-show
over there. And I walked into the studio, and they were like, "We've all seen your Twitter." And I'm like, "No,
what happened?
No!" And they're like, "No, it's good. We like it." And they thanked me for, promoting the character.
I guess the only other thing to consider as well is that even though this is going to be a long video,
how they made the character, I was really honored by that.
Because the game, there's several like points of gameplay where it's like 10 minutes long for each episode.
Yeah, we got a lot of good ones. We got the Sandblast, but we also got the. Gotta say, you're pretty photogenic.
That's the one everyone wants to hear.
Yeah. That's a good one.
That's the main one.
The Hadouken.
There we go.
That one was fun. There's one where he whiffs his ultimate and he goes, whoa, wait.
Oh,
Yeah. So those are all like great lines I remember recording because all the funniest lines, we got them in like one take. And then they were like, "That's it, ship it." I'm like, "You sure?" And they're like, "Nope, that was good." And I'm like, "I messed up." And they're like, "You're supposed to mess up."
It's Luke, right? He's supposed to mess up. He's kind of corny like that.
It's true.
Anything you want to say to the community?
thank you for your support over the last year. It's been amazing. I've had such a blast with this character, interacting with the community, seeing all the memes online, seeing all the fan art. It's been so much fun. And also, thank you for kicking my butt online. That's awesome too. I love that part. That's so cool. Thanks, guys. No, seriously though, thank you so much.
For everyone else at home, please stick around. We have an interview with localization director Andrew Alfonso.
Which makes me wonder who
and that's coming up.
Uploaded that. But maybe it was straight off Capcom's thing. I think I did download it off Capcom's thing. So
to do that for us, we're with Andrew Alfonso.
It's like that's the thing. But then I looked at the thing. It's like they wouldn't be making
Capcom Japan. So Andrew, would you like to
I don't know.
yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hey guys.
Hopefully nothing happens when
localization.
I was just trying to figure out like what was.
I've been at Capcom
thing
for 17 years now. It's been quite a while. My first game that I worked on was Mega Man Star Force for the DS. After that, I worked on a bunch of Ace Attorney games, Ace Attorney 3, 4, 5, and Investigations. After that, I worked on the Monster Hunter series for about 10 years. And now I'm back on the Street Fighter series. And yeah, the latest game that I worked on was Street Fighter 6, which was just released.
Just an amazing tenure over at Capcom. But is there one in particular, a project that you've worked on that's really near and dear to your heart?
I would say the number one is usually Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. That was kind of the first game that I really got to work with the dev team very closely, especially the directors Fujioka-san and Tokuda-san. Probably number two is definitely Street Fighter 6. Because
I might need to make sure I keep an eye on what actually gets what I actually put up on the thing, because I remember I downloaded one and it wouldn't let me download it. So then I went and grabbed this one.
Opportunity to work with them on Street Fighter 6.
And I saw like there was like an hour-long countdown before the thing starts. Now usually when it's before the thing starts, it's usually about things. But then I should have looked at that more, because I would have seen that it was like this isn't Capcom content. This is like videos about Capcom games, but it's not necessarily about things. That's why I didn't cover it.
Get involved a lot in the motion capture for the games. We also do a lot of stuff.
And then
just to
now that it's like okay, the main show is about 40 minutes, and then the other stuff's about half an hour, I think.
I do remember that Nakayama-san mentioned in an interview last time where we were he was talking about Kimberly in Street Fighter 6, and he had a lot of consultants working with him to get the design just right. He also talked to Capcom employees, and that's actually the localization team. He came to us and asked us for our feedback on not only Kimberly but also Lily and also DJ, to make sure that those characters are in a good spot for fans, and their designs are not only cool but also something that is going to be appealing to a worldwide audience.
Yeah, tell us, how you're involved in the game, how you kind of got started on the project. I know it's probably been a really long road for you, so just tell us about kind of your experience in the development.
Yeah, sure. It's been a very long time. It's been about 3 years, at least for me. I got started off because Nakayama-san asked me if I could help them out with with their prototyping. He wanted to, get me in early because he knows that I was a big fighting game fan. I know a lot of things that
I think that was a pre-show for the actual
not only just
I don't recall seeing one
fans,
to show
but
off
also
anyway.
for a newer audience that
I think I got that one straight.
Get with Street Fighter 6. He brought me on mainly for that, but also because they were going to be working on this
With the Ubisoft one,
system that was going to be a first for the series.
I think one of the videos that I downloaded for this had
get that sorted out so that
no, that was something else. That was
very natural for the English-speaking audience that are going to use this commentary system.
What I found a different video. I think on the original video that I found for one of these, it only had like I think it was the very first Capcom one. It only had like a 2-minute wait time. Whereas this one here has like the hour-long
in terms of the story, characters, or just
like pre-thing, which again that was all content of people that made stuff. So that's why I didn't put that on there. It's
not legacy, long legacy. We need to give it.
If it's someone's review or someone doing a breakdown of Resident Evil 4, for example, then it's like I can't.
And the characters that they.
I can't be streaming that because that's someone else's content.
The other goal that I had was because I knew that.
Whereas this is live streams. This is a little bit. I mean, this is also technically someone else's content, but it's like this is like little reactions.
For a lot of
not necessarily for.
And we had to make this as beginner friendly as possible. We're not going to be throwing a lot of FGC community terms in there. We're going to try to explain things
in a very natural but easy to understand way. And also like a lot of the, for example, like a lot of the attack names are still in Japanese, and Karen's super art in Street Fighter V is just completely in Romaji. They just translated from Japanese to English without actually translating it. So no one actually ever said the name of her, attack. And I said, this is not something that you want. You want something that people can kind of attach to. They get attached to the name. And, especially with this new commentary system, we want people to kind of call out these attack names so that people get, this certain affinity for it, and they start to like grow attached to it. And that's kind of like the two basic goals, two high-level goals that I had for this localization.
Tell us a little bit more about the real-time commentary feature.
Nagamas-san, when he approached me about this, I'll admit that I was very, very against the idea, to be honest with you, because I just heard this and I just thought, no, we can't do that. And it's not because I thought the idea was bad. I just kind of like thought about it for about a couple of seconds, and I thought about the scope of this. I play a lot of sports games, so I know like how they do the commentary in those games, and they always, spouse about, we recorded like 50,000 lines. For Monster Hunter, we only recorded 5,000 lines. So making that huge jump in like line count is just, a huge mountain to scale. So I was kind of taken aback. But, I kind of settled down, and we did go with, the first person we did go with was Vicious. He's just, as a person, he's just super reliable. He's, he has a good attitude about everything. He's very good on the microphone. He's always looking to improve. I kind of made him like, okay, he's all these things because he's kind of like the Ryu of like commentators. And then, if we're going to have a Ryu as a commentator, we need a counterpart. And, there's no better counterpart to Vicious than Tasty Steve, because they work together on Street Fighter League. They actually work very well together, but they also have their just completely contrasting styles too. Vicious is very much, he sounds very professional, even, when things get very excited in a match. But Tasty does not do that. He goes nuts, right? And that's one of the things that I really wanted for these two choices.
Yeah, definitely a lot involved in that whole process, especially with the commentary system being a completely new thing for a Street Fighter game. Speaking of new things in Street Fighter 6, I do want to ask you about the World Tour mode and what it's like just helping craft a story mode for a Street Fighter game, and also a story mode where you can create your own character. What was that like? What was the experience like? Is there anything...
Also, that's another thing I realized as well. Like, there was a.
I think just the whole.
Before I started the thing, it was like it was already partway. The other thing was that it was already partway through like a review of the game before it even had because that's what makes me think that it was like if it was supposed to be a planned thing that you would do, then they wouldn't have had done that. So that's why I just
it was very big in scope. One of the things that was really a pleasure to. Here was that the main scenario writer was actually
the main conference is so I think they're all like
series. He's also worked on Dragon Saga.
It's like 30 minutes, 40 minutes,
so
30 minutes.
Had just confidence that okay, this story is gonna be.
The thing with the Ubisoft post show was like it mentioned on there like the post show is gonna break down
so many new characters.
I think some of the other post shows that I've seen, I think it was because I downloaded. Watched IGN or GameSpot things, and their post shows their things aren't actual like developer or publisher based. It's their own breakdowns. That's why I don't consider
it's
it
always
as
incredible just hearing like all the behind the scenes stuff about World Tour, and we've talked a lot about this, but like some of my favorite things that you guys did was the way like Ryu texts you, amazing, hilarious, but also just like the tiny things, how like Li Fen says like Jie to like Chung Li, just to keep that culture in there. It's fantastic. So thank you so much for like having so much of a detail-oriented approach to World Tour.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. This was awesome just to be able to hear about all this behind-the-scenes stuff in developing the game. Any closing comments for the Street Fighter and the Capcom fans out there that are getting ready for the showcase happening?
Yeah, I mean, Street Fighter 6 is out there. It's been released. We're still working on the game as as always. I do want to hear if anyone has any opinions about how the writing is and how the voices are. I've always been keeping track of that.
And again, Andrew, thanks for joining us, and to everybody for watching.
All right, that's going to do it for our pre-show. Thanks to everybody for joining us, and thanks to our guests.
Oh, that's right.
And
Yeah.
Clev for joining us for all these segments. It was really
So
good.
I think
to
I
talk
can
to
actually
everybody and
skip
show
some
off your
time
content.
here as well.
We do want to mention there is going to be a post-show, so please stick around for that after the main show. But you know, we're getting close. Andy, any parting words that you want to say?
I can. I think there's only like a 10-minute point where I can like fast forward around here.
Capcom Amazon store.
Um,
So with that,
I'll probably
see
do.
you guys later.
So now I'll like fast forward through here because I don't think there's anything here. Right. Just a second. Should be able to fast forward. There's nothing along the. I was gonna say there's nothing along here that there actually is. Hang on a second. Let's I did not realize that there was stuff here, but we can fast forward at least a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes, I should say. Apparently, there's some stuff here that we can. This is another reason why, because there could be some of this stuff could be new. Oh, is this Monster Hunter in? Is this like Monster Hunter Go? It looks like it. It's Niantic, so it's Monster Hunter. Okay, so it's Monster Hunter Go. That makes. I can imagine this being like really difficult. So, oh, Monster Hunter now. Okay. At least we were able to fast forward through a couple of. We were able to fast forward through a couple of minutes. Wait, can you get is this mercenaries on? Okay, that's right. It's the yeah, 2, 3, and 4 are all coming. So I don't know how these are gonna work on how well these are gonna work on Switch, because they are very, very high quality. Oh, I see what they did there with that's super.
Like I told you, I'm gonna get you home safe.
Okay, it's game time. I'm ready to die, Yogi.
Exalt all Leon, and let it be so.
I guess the other thing is, like, I thought this would be shorter, but I also have to, like, there's been a lot more stuff that I had to react to than, what I was, expecting as well. There's, like, half an hour for a thing is... half an hour for the pre-show, and post-show, and then 40 minutes for the thing. So it's like, I guess it's that long, I don't know. I have not seen this game before. I think this was a DS game. Yes, Battle Network, I guess. I never played Battle Network. Not a big Mega Man fan.
Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection.
For some reason, I know I calculated how much time all this would have taken, but I guess I didn't take into account some of it. It's like, I can't remember what time I started exactly. I'd have to check, but considering it was like 2 hours for the thing, 4 hours. Well, we've been going. Actually, I can check this out. Once I reach like the 5 hour point. Do you know, we started like I started before. I started at like 1:45. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to go 6 hours. That actually would explain it, because we started at like 11:48 according to this. So that would have been. I wasn't expecting this to be 6 hours, so that's what I'll say. Yeah. I was expecting it to be 2 hours for Xbox. But there was a lot more to talk to about there. Also, then I was expecting it to be like an hour, and it's close to 2 hours for. I think that's 4 hours. I wasn't expecting this to be. And that would have been fine. Yeah, so it would have been. Yeah, so it still would have been fine. Yeah, because we still would have. I think it was because I had so much stuff that I left to cover. That's why. I think it's because I had a whole lot to cover and talk about. Is all. Because it was like an hour. The conferences themselves were. I did go over sometimes, but now it's the official.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Capcom Showcase. Before we get started, we'd like to share that June 11th, 2023 marked Capcom's 40th anniversary. A big thanks to everyone for playing our games. It's thanks to our amazing fans that we can celebrate such a milestone. We look forward to creating many more games in the years to come, and we hope that you'll continue to enjoy them.
And I'm still gonna go through like old games for this as well.
Our latest titles at the Capcom Showcase.
I looked at it, yeah. It would have been like 2 hours for both, which then would have been like 3:45, and then I thought this
video.
Yeah, so it's like I didn't expect to be talking for like 20-25 minutes on. Yeah, we saw this game before, the Path of the Goddess. They showed that at the. They showed this at the Xbox Showcase. I wasn't expecting to talk that. Maybe it's because I talk a lot more. Or I took time to. I took time to do something. I don't know. Don't actually know. It's like 6 hours. 2 hours for the first two. This one here would have been like close to. Yeah, so I wasn't expecting to talk. I guess I talked for at least 15 to 20 minutes then. That's why it's going to be cutting it a little bit closer than I thought. But it's alright. We can finish this off. Well, we did save some time actually, because I cut like 5 minutes out of the presentation or so.
Traditional Japanese aesthetics come to life through the power of RE Engine.
Okay, so they, I guess they call RE Engine now everything, they make everything on. It's not a separate engine, so that
world of mystery awaits in Kunitsu-Gami, Path of the Goddess. Coming to Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, Windows, PlayStation 5, and Steam. Mega Man X Dive Offline is coming to Steam, iOS, and Android.
That's actually, yeah, because like, it was like less than 2 hours, and then all of them are less than 2 hours, and yet somehow it's going to be close to that as well. Like, I must have talked a whole lot. That was probably why.
Cyberspace using hunter programs to recover data before it's too late. Play as Mega Man X and other characters from the Mega Man franchise, including characters that haven't been playable before.
A lot of different characters. Heaps. Oh, there's Sigma.
Level up your favorite characters and equipment to create a
okay, so you can play as even the villains.
Power up your weapons and more to customize your character however you want. Mega Man X Dive Offline. Control and develop over 100 different characters. Play as a variety of characters, including new heroes created for Mega Man X Dive. Complete stages and use element metals to recover memory pieces. Then analyze recovered memories to unlock characters. There are more than 900 stages to play. Challenging mechanics and enemies await on classic and new stages. You're bound to clash with familiar bosses from the past. Build the ultimate hunter and save the deep log from total destruction. Mega Man X Dive Offline launches in 2023. Now, here's the Capcom Spotlight Corner.
A new era of fighting games is upon us. Street Fighter VI launched on June 2nd. It's already received an enthusiastic welcome from fighting game fans around the world. Street Fighter VI includes World Tour, an expansive single-player story mode.
Looks so fun, the
Fighting Ground, the
World
core
Tour
fighting game experience made even more accessible. And Battle Hub, a social space where players from around the world can compete and hang out. These are the game's 3 main modes. In addition, we're planning to release new
they're releasing Akuma.
so you can enjoy the game for
next
a long
year,
time to come.
which I'm not sure why they didn't do it earlier, because I'm not sure who the villain is supposed to be in
PlayStation 4,
Street Fighter
Xbox
6.
Series X,
I've already
Xbox
got the
Series
game,
S,
so
and Steam. Don't miss it.
pretty sure you have to pay for the DLC characters though.
We also have an announcement for Capcom Pro Tour 2023. This year's Capcom Pro Tour will feature Street Fighter VI, the newest entry in the series. Players from around the world will compete in regional matches and battle to be this year's champion. To celebrate the launch of Street Fighter VI, this year we have our largest prize pool ever. The total prize pool for Capcom Pro Tour is
You win $1 million if you win this tournament. Granted, you gotta be really good at fighting games, but
Capcom Pro Tour 2023 will feature 3 types of tournaments: online premieres, offline premieres, and World Warrior. The winners of each tournament will advance to the World Finals at Capcom Cup 10.
I know how that's gonna end up working. Like, how do you determine which is better to...
And take home this year's championship. Next, we have news about Street Fighter League Pro JP 2023. In Street Fighter League, the world's top players form teams of 4 and compete in official Capcom.
Wait, 9 teams? How do you?
We have the largest number of teams.
What are they going to do for the? What are they going to do for the tournament?
Held on July 7th.
How does that work? Because I haven't explained that yet.
JP channel on YouTube and Twitch. Don't forget about the Street Fighter League World Championship 2023. The US and European leagues will determine the teams that will go on to compete in the World Championship. Get up close and personal with Resident Evil 4 on PlayStation 5. The game's main story will be playable in VR with PlayStation VR 2. Thanks to the power of PlayStation VR 2, you'll be able to experience an even more immersive version of the game.
Quality there looks actually a lot.
Take aim as you fight to survive.
I just don't. The combat here is going to be.
Knife action is a core part of the game, and the PlayStation VR 2 Sense controller makes parrying even more intuitive. Experience extreme survival horror firsthand. Resident Evil 4 VR mode is a free DLC exclusive to PlayStation VR 2.
Now on to the next game in today's lineup.
Just in the middle of a fight, well.
Up you go. Sorry, kid. We still got a ways to go.
Oh, is she like an AOI that can hack into stuff, I guess? Not enough gameplay there to be able to really judge what's going on there, but could be interesting, but oh, okay, they have to they're postponing it. Maybe they did already release some more stuff, but that's an interesting way of doing things. Here's a trailer, and then here is us apologizing. Here is us apologizing.
Hello everyone, I'm Shu Takumi, the regional creator of Ghost Trick. It's almost time for the game's release, and I can't wait for you to play it. But first, let's get started with this.
So, yeah, I just realized I should have actually I could have paused. This time I'll remember to pause. I'll remember to pause. I didn't pause when it was the pre-show because nothing on the pre-show was really important to a thing, and I didn't need to give any thoughts to it. Here I might though, like, I'll see what I. Okay, this is a demo of the event.
The demo for Ghost Trick is available now for download. The story starts a lonely spirit named Cecil. In the course of solving his own murder, he will meet and change the lives of all sorts of people in all sorts of situations. Things may seem unrelated at first, but each person plays a vital role in his story. And together, their stories will lead him to one ultimate truth. So think of the demo as a doorway, inviting you into a great...
I don't think I was interested in this game from when I remember...
It's been 30 years since I made the original game. And just like Cecil, I met many new people, and there were many miracles that occurred during its development. I have no doubt these experiences are what shaped Ghost Trick into the unforgettable game it is. To the team that lovingly ported this game, and all the fans who have shown so much love towards it, I'm so grateful to all of you. I'm thrilled that through this rebirth, Ghost Trick will be available to so many more people around the world. Now, to wait for its release. And one more thing. I practiced very hard for 2 weeks for this appearance. So, should we meet someday, it would make me very happy if it could speak in Japanese.
I think I need to, like, probably turn the light on. This whole thing.
From the creator of the Ace Attorney series, Shu Takumi, this classic mystery game is being reborn. One night, a man named Sissel loses both his memory and his life. Using the powers of the dead, he tries to solve the mystery of his own death. The only clue he has is a red-headed detective. A night of mystery begins anew. A rookie detective, brimming with a sense of justice. She too is being targeted, and Sissel witnesses her death. Who was I? Why was I killed? Who killed me? And what does it mean that I was given these powers of the dead? Use the powers of the dead to possess and trick items. The controls are easy. Connect Sissel's glowing blue soul to the core of objects to possess them.
Oh, okay,
Possess
so
the
you
tire.
possess
Possess
objects.
the bowl. Possess the star ornament. You can then trick the objects you possess. Trick the guitar to play it. What will happen?
So I guess what's happening is we have to try and prevent the...
To open it.
We have to try and prevent the...
Possessing and tricking objects will let
Prevent
you
the
access
guy
new
from
areas.
killing people, I guess.
Sissel can go back 4 minutes before someone's death. What happened before her murder? Those clues are hidden in the past. Follow past events in real time.
Oh, okay, so it's actually actual timing. Let's using a real
near-death predicaments and change their fates. Sissel will face death in many forms. Changing their fates will change the story. And that's
I don't know if I'm
be linked in some way.
I don't know if I'd want
to
to
Sissel's
get
death.
this on it because I'm
Ghost
not really
Trick,
sure.
Launching on June 30th, 2023.
I kind of get it, but then I kind of
Available now.
don't.
Don't miss the pre-order bonuses. See the official website for details. Now on to the
I don't know.
today's
I
list.
don't know about that. Bit iffy on how the game works. Wait, Apollo Justice? Is this? I do not have. I think there's like 3 of these games, isn't there? I don't think. Okay, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. That's. I guess this is the first one. I don't have. Oh, Phoenix is in there. Okay. Some of the characters from the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Okay. Okay, I'm excited that this is here. Edgeworth's back. Okay. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. Okay. Are these? There's an Apollo Justice game, but then there's 2 more. I mean, this should be fun because unfortunately there's no there's no dialogue. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy. Why do they call it that when I only saw? It's on PS4. That's good. So it's actually that's good.
In Ace Attorney, players serve as lawyers for the falsely accused. Battle for justice in the courtroom and uncover the truth. Now, the
4th, 5th, and 6th mainline games. Okay, so that means that they're sequels to.
To share the story of
That makes
Apollo
sense.
Justice and his allies in the dark age of the law. On Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Windows, and Steam. The colorful characters and courtroom drama of each game have been relitigated in beautiful full HD. Available in 7
Slightly
languages:
different though.
English, French, German.
I like how it's
Korean,
some of them still
and
say
digital and
some of them
simplified
still
Chinese.
say objection even if it's in
We've also
another
added
language.
voice recordings for the new languages. We're sure there's no objection to every.
So that means they must have just not shown. They must have just not shown the.
Ace Attorney trilogy is currently in development.
They must have just not had voice acting.
2024. Please look forward to more information
showing in
about this
the.
collection in the future.
Probably what happened there. All right, I'm happy with that. Hopefully it comes on off physical, but I don't think it will.
This month marks Capcom's 40th anniversary. As part of the celebration, we've opened a digital theme park called Capcom Town. Take a stroll through the museum to view original artwork and other materials from various titles on display. You can even play a few of Capcom's beloved classics for free. Head on over to the castle to cast your vote in the Capcom elections. Participants will receive a special reward, so don't miss out. We can't wait for everyone to enjoy these attractions.
Oh, okay, they made a.
Many other fun
That's pretty
we've
interesting.
prepared at A Capcom ID account is required to play Resident Evil RE-Verse, our new upcoming title Exoprimal, and to use the online features of Street Fighter 6. You can also use this account with other Capcom services and campaigns, such as a survey about today's Capcom Showcase. We'll release more titles and services compatible with Capcom ID soon. Register now for Capcom ID. Now for the latest on Exoprimal ahead of next month's
I'm not interested in the Exoprimal game, but they've been getting a few things that.
Hello, everyone. I'm Takudo Hideoka, the director of Exoprimal. I'm excited to share the latest Exoprimal news with you all. But first, let's check out this video.
Hello? Thought I heard activity on this frequency. Hello? My name is Garrett Sands.
Basically, the IP's godfather. He was responsible for the entire Exosuit project.
You know, Anchor Division, I assume?
Exosuits were developed right here.
I need exosuits. It's our only shot. We need access to the past. All my R&D is just waiting to be picked up back in 2040. Intact and hot off the presses. The access codes to override.
I'm pretty sure that I looked up everything that's correctly. I know some of the videos were longer, but I remember going through all the videos before I downloaded. That's the other thing that you have to remember. I went through these videos prior to after downloading them, just to check prior to downloading them. I went through them prior to downloading them to make sure how long each of them were. And I'm pretty sure the first one was an hour 53. Second one was about an hour 50, and then the third one, so that would have been 4 hours. And then it's if I add on the pre-show and post-show for, maybe that's the reason why. Maybe it's because well, the pre-show for Ubisoft was short, so that was another reason it was short. Ubisoft's one was short, and then the post-game thing was a little bit longer, but it was about half an hour, I think it was. I think it was a half an hour. So then that's you add half an hour to that, so that's 4.5. Less than 5. Then you add another half an hour. That's less than 5.5. 6 hours. Maybe I did miscalculate, but I don't feel like I did. So I was only going by you also gotta keep in mind when I said like, so that means I still have a leeway of like 10 minutes plus the 7 minutes plus. So it's like I must have just talked for a lot longer than I knew. I think that's how it was. I talked a lot longer than. Like this one here is not gonna have a whole lot of talking at the end because I don't have a lot to say, but yeah, I think it was because I might have underestimated how much time. I've underestimated how much time I actually had. I started at about 11:45, and it's right now like 5 o'clock.
What did you think? That was a lot of new info. Before we dive in, I'd like to give a huge thanks to all the players who participated in the open beta test back in March. We were extremely pleased to have so many participants. Plus, you gave us a lot of invaluable feedback. We can't thank you enough. While only portions of the Dino Survival content were made available for the open beta test, today we'll be introducing more content included in the full game. Let's take a look at what you can expect when Exoprimal launches on July 14th. Let's start with the story. Ace, the game's protagonist, is transported to the year 2040 and forced to participate in a never-ending series of war games. The story unfolds as you play through Dino Survival, the game's main mode.
Oh, okay, so
Gathering
this
intel
is...
to update the analysis map unravels the mystery.
I think that's what I do. I think I just, like, even if I add, because if I added all of them together, it's like less than 2 hours, less than 2, so we're looking at less than 4 hours.
As part of the main story. Dino Survival mode will also change.
Maybe like maybe like 440, less than 445-ish, and then this is half an hour,
including 10 players,
another half an hour,
a multitude of dinosaurs,
another half an hour. Maybe it's, you know, I don't know. Maybe I.
The game will also
I guess we'll find out when I get to
unlockables and challenges. Modules can be used to enhance exosuits and modify.
Pretty sure I was right on the timing.
These
Because
modules can be obtained by fulfilling certain conditions.
6 hours would be 545.
You can also personalize your appearance with a
Still
variety
got.
of cosmetics.
I don't know how much
such as
farther we have
exosuit
on here.
skins, weapon skins, decals, and emotes. The game also features a special 5-player mission.
I think I might have been discounting some of the pre-show, post-show stuff, but I think even with that included, it should be fine. Alright, that's definitely not Reinhardt.
Tank suit in battle. There are many ways to enjoy the game, even after completing the main story. We took your feedback into consideration as well. In the full version of Exoprimal, we plan to implement a mode where victory is determined by completing missions as quickly as possible, instead of direct combat with other players. We hope you look forward to that. Now, let's go over all the new info we just saw in the video. Who was that new face at the beginning?
I think I just underestimated
Dr.
time.
Science. The
We'll see how I go for time one.
And the head of Anchor Division. IBS's
Around the end of this, because I know that I think the rest of it's like half an hour. I think it's around that time. I don't actually know. I might end up skipping. It depends on what's on the post show. I can always just skip the post show if I really need to.
Will also be a playable map. Incredible battles will unfold while exofighters and dinosaurs clash atop this massive space elevator. Players will even encounter dangerous mutations of dinosaurs, known as neosaurs.
Looks like an interesting game, but again, it's all multiplayer, so...
You'll need to work together with your team to stand a chance at taking them down. Oh no, is that a swarm of Neo T-Rexes? What are Leviathan's true intentions? Wait, what's the deal with this new exosuit? While it may look similar to Deadeye, this exosuit is a variant called Deadeye Alpha Burst Fighter. Unlike the default Deadeye, this variant comes equipped with a weapon that can burst fire or be used as a shotgun.
So I guess the main thing I would look at is like I started at like 11:45,
including
and
Deadeye Alpha, will be added in a title update.
what I should have done is I should have. Actually, I don't know. I still looked at the right time. I still looked at the time because it was like quarter past 4. like 4:15 when I
Players can enjoy a change of pace.
like 4:15 when I before 4:15 when I started, maybe like 10:04.
All over the world for the fastest
When I started off this, which then would have been 40 minutes.
More info about exosuit variants.
30 minutes,
Savage
which is
Gauntlet
4:40.
will be revealed at the Xbox Games Showcase.
30 minutes, which is 5:10, and then
Be
40
sure to tune
minutes.
in. And last but not least, we're excited to announce that we'll be holding a second open beta test. This time, we're including additional story-related missions, 10-player co-op missions, and other adjustments based on everyone's feedback.
10-player co-op. A lot of
Check out the official website for dates and times. We hope you're all excited to try out this new content. Players will also receive a new reward for participating. Don't miss out. We'll continue to make adjustments to Exoprimal, leading up to the game's launch on July 14th. Thank you again for all the feedback. We look forward to seeing you in the second open beta test. That's all we have for you today. See you in the War Games. It's going to be a ton of fun.
Next up is the last title we'll be showing off.
Okay, so this is the last thing they're showing for the. We still got. I guess we'll figure it out. Well, actually, they said if this is the last title, then that means. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the post show goes for like.
Hi everyone, my name is Hideaki Itsuno, and I'm the director of Dragon's Dogma 2.
Now I've also got to take into account my reaction. Well, I guess maybe I missed time. So. It's okay, because
First, let's take a look at the trailer we
I probably could have saved some time as well. By probably could have saved some time by not like. I'm trying to figure out what I was. Alright. At least let's get to all of these out of the way, and then it means that I only have one more to do.
You do not remember? Then have you forgotten that you protected me from the dragon's flames?
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course. That begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen? Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign of Vermont!
That is most unfortunate, but it doth not release thee from thy fate.
I think that's what happened. Actually, I didn't. When I was streaming, I didn't think. There must have been something that changed. There must have been something that changed with
was released in 2012.
Ubisoft thing that maybe I miscalculated or something like that.
I'm proud to share a look at the highly anticipated sequel, Dragon's Dogma 2.
I know we started like
Today I want to talk about two characteristics that Dragon's Dogma 2 will inherit from its predecessor. First, Dragon's Dogma 2 will be a single-player game, but with pawns at your side, it will feel like co-op. And second, gameplay will feature action role-playing mechanics set in an open-world environment. In the Dragon's Dogma series, you embark on your adventures with pawns, otherworldly beings controlled by AI. Alongside the player-controlled Arisen, you can embark on your journey with a main pawn that can be customized to your liking, as well as up to 2 additional support.
Oh, okay, so
you can
that's.
borrow from other
I
players.
just like how they're calling them pawns.
To form a party
So,
of up to 4 characters.
It's like they're just minions. That...
Pawns are controlled by the AI and are now capable of even more precise.
It's an interesting battle
decisions than the
concept,
previous
though.
title, helping you in the midst
I wonder if
of
it's possible to be able to play this in.
They can also help guide you to new locations, or give you a high five following a successful battle. It really feels like playing in a party with
This is
other players.
it's different because
Dragon's
jumping
Dogma
onto
2
enemies.
is built with the RE engine, resulting in a dense world woven with high graphical fidelity. You'll enjoy a world roughly 4 times the size of the original.
And I never played the originals.
With more to experience than ever before. The characters and monsters that populate the world are given life thanks to the power of AI. And players will feel like they've been reborn in this vibrant fantasy world. You can look forward to a variety of vocations to choose from. Your vocation will shape your Arisen's role throughout the adventure. Will you take on enemies with swords?
Oh, okay. So
magic?
You get to pick
It's all
a.
up to you. We'll have much more to share in the future, but for now, I want to go over a few sections from the trailer that show what we've improved for Dragon's Dogma 2. This game is designed to enable players to take on situations in their own way. In addition to AI, advanced technology like immersive physics brings pawns, monsters, and NPCs to life. What would happen if you destroyed that bridge, or if you pulled that monster's leg? What other exciting possibilities can you think of? Meet 2 characters pivotal to the story that also appear in the game's key art. Ulrika, a bow wielder with a deep connection to the Arisen, and Nadinia, a high priestess of the Beast Ring, which appear in the series for the first time. What destiny awaits? How will they affect your fate? The intricate relationships and situations you will encounter in the game are sure to keep you on your toes. During your adventure, you will come across familiar monsters from the previous game, as well as new monsters such as Medusa. You can look forward to new player vocations and many new experiences unique to Dragon's Dogma 2. Please stay tuned for more information. Thank you so much for tuning in.
This is the trailer that we saw before.
Dragon's Dogma 2 will be available on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, and Steam. And now, a quick look at the Capcom 40th Anniversary Sale. Kicking things off, we have well-known titles, such as Dragon's Dogma and the Ace Attorney series. Don't miss this opportunity to pick up a few of Capcom's most influential hits at some great prices. To celebrate, we're also offering a limited-time bundle of...
That's right, Onimusha. I think they remake Onimusha. I can't remember if they ever did.
That wraps up today's Capcom Showcase. Thank you for watching. We're always working on new games and updates, and we hope you're as excited as we are for Capcom's 40th anniversary. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Capcom
I think that's the
Showcase
end.
post-show. I'm Andy. I'm on the community team at Capcom, and with me today we have Joe, also from the community team.
Alright, so I guess the only thing I have to really quickly go over is Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney trilogy. If it's anything like the original trilogy, it sounds like it's the thing for the mainline games. Although one thing that's weird is that I guess Apollo Justice is in the 4th game, but it seems like he's not as important as he is in the 5th and 6th games because Phoenix is back with the other one. So I guess that's the one, because I haven't played those games at all. I played the other ones as well, so that's pretty much the only other things that really cover apart from Street Fighter's DLC, which we already knew about anyway. So overall, it was like it was just another Capcom. So I guess we'll get this out of the way and see how it goes. I don't think this is anything.
We have Nico. Nico, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey there, I'm Nico B. I'm a Capcom creator, as well as a creator over on YouTube and Twitch, and I'm really happy to be here, guys.
I don't think I've got anything else that I really need to
so we just got done
discuss.
with the Capcom show.
Probably should have actually kept
What was
this
everyone's
on.
favorite part in the chat? Let us know. I think mine has
Oh, right. Okay, so actually there, this is, yeah, so this is actually an actual poster. Same as I probably can just end it here then. So this is an ad, it's an ad, so the difference with the actual post show with, like, the difference with the post show for, The difference with the post show for Ubisoft's one is it went straight into making the showing the games and doing the other stuff and thinking, yeah, but this is kind of just like, what's everyone's favorite part of the show and all that stuff and breaking all this down. So I don't think that I need to watch this. Only because, like, at least with the Ubisoft one, they showed off more Prince of Persia footage, they showed off more Assassin's Creed footage where they break it down, they broke down the actual Star Wars Outlaws thing. This one here is just, it's just the people, a part of the community team, and a part of the thing that are doing something. So I don't think I need to watch this. Because there's not a whole lot to really discuss. Because again, we've already gone through everything that Capcom I pretty much went through that I was interested in. Street Fighter's already out, and then Apollo Ace Attorney is the thing. Whereas here, pretty sure like even if I went through, if I actually go through and skip this, it's still like 20 something minutes. But maybe I could have like gone. I can't even like go there. It's just them talking. Yeah, so it's just them talking. Okay, so that means I don't have to worry about the. That's yeah. Just them talking. Yeah, okay, no, it's him playing. It's him playing, and then it's just them talking about the thing. I don't think I need to cover it. I don't think I need to cover it. But yeah, I guess I'll just. Because the difference again with the other one was developers breaking it down. It was the developers breaking the stuff down with Outlaws. Developers breaking the stuff down from Prince of Persia. Developers breaking stuff down. Here, it's just it's no different than if IGN or GameSpot just like started like going in and breaking down the gameplay because it's not necessarily. Whereas at least with the pre-show stuff on the thing, it was them interviewing like people that were important to the thing, doing all this stuff here. And there was other stuff in there as well. So I guess I'll just end it here. I think that's the best way to end it. I don't really know. Guess we'll figure it out in a second. But I'm running out of time anyway. I guess I'll just end it here then, because I don't think there's anything else left to discuss. Because it was just them they were just going to break down Ghost Trick, the Ghost Trick game, but it was not a developer playing, it was a YouTuber. So at that point, I think that's where I should end it then. So yeah, overall, a lot of stuff announced that wasn't Xbox that I wanted from the Xbox conference. Capcom had one thing that I was interested in, the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy, and Ubisoft had like more in-depth discussions on 3 games that I already knew about, but then now I'm interested as well. So next Plat Reacts will probably be. I don't think I can do the RGG Summit live tomorrow because I don't know what time it starts. And even then, I have to get this video sorted out and done as well. 2 other things I have to get done too. Also, the so the next video will probably actually be if it happens. I'm pretty sure it happens not tomorrow, but the next day. So that means I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream. Because I got to sort out this video. This is going to take a while. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else I need to discuss. We already discussed about Pokemon Scarlet as well, so I guess I'll just. So yeah. With all that said, be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription, view of this video gets me closer to monetization. Remember, content for you all. The content become more accessible and easy to find. I put my past Plat Reacts as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays to YouTube channel, including Far Cry 6, Sifu, The Quarry, Let's Play Remake, Octopath Traveler, Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga, Aftershock Vertigo, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII Union, Cuphead, Stray, Arms Avengers, Dark Age Anthology, The Devil in Me, Days Gone, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Star Wars Jedi, Fallen Order, Like a Dragon Ishin, 4 Remake, Resident Evil 5, Triangle Strategy, as well as Scarlet. I upload them to my YouTube channel because I have a 7-day limitation on my videos before they're permanently deleted, and that'll be a second place for people to better find my content as well. And also, I'm working on a Plat Pass segment for games that we got trophy for, a special sub-segment for games on the Switch, and more triangle strategy speedruns in the future, which, depending on how the updates are for that game, I don't know if it's equivalent to PC and Switch. Apparently the game might be actually faster. Apparently what's happened is they've battle adjusted some of the ways that things work, so certain things are going to either kill characters much faster, or it's going to actually make things slower because certain characters might not be able to be killed by certain. So it's going to be interesting to see what those are. So there might be actually some more developments with that coming in the future. Also, they made it so that you can now skip certain segments with the ... dots, which I think it means you can either fast forward through them much faster, or you can skip them entirely. Which I don't know how much time that's going to save. So we'll see how that goes and see there. And you're also going to have to catch when I go live, unfortunately. Follow me on Twitch at 50 followers. I'll be doing Octopath Traveler like Galdera speedrun and we're also rich affiliate, which means monetization. Make a subscriber email to incentives to help support me in the channel going forward to the future. I also get to make a I also get another extra 7 days of my videos being available on Twitch before they're permanently deleted as well. And you'll also get an notification when I go live if you're watching. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live, and if you're on Discord, I will send you an invite to the Friends Discord server. Close to 2,000 members, still going strong. Plenty of games to discuss there as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're watching. So with all that being said, have the rest of the day, night, wherever you all are, and I will see you later.